the picture even on? It's loading for me. Oh, there we go. Okay. Welcome to 2021, the year where nothing's supposed to be going wrong, but we'll see. And today I am going to be reading the entire Avengers Endgame script. It's probably going to take about, I don't know how many hours. It's a pretty long script, so yeah, I won't be able to read comments because I'm going to be reading the entire time. And if you're wondering why there wasn't a birthday stream, I just had not enough time because, one, there is the actual birthday part. I was building like a really big Lego set in that period of time, and then there's New Year's, so I didn't really have that much time to do the stream. So, yeah, here we go. So I managed to get entire script for the Avengers Endgame. Let's see if it pops up on stream. No, shut up. Is this showing up? Okay. I'm watching my stream right now. Window caption. Let me try and fix this. It wasn't working. It was working earlier, but no. Not working. There we go. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to fix this. Moved it. Put this in here. Then get my face cam back. It's gonna show the wrong face cam. There we go. Okay. Nope. Move, shrink. Shrink. Just leave it in the top corner there. We should be good. So, okay, this should be working right. Let me just check the stream. Yeah, working right. Alright. Just gonna leave that there. So I managed to get a PDF of the entire Avengers Endgame script for your consideration. The Avengers Endgame. Best Adapted Screenplay, Christopher Marcus and Stephen McFlee. Alright, here's the first line. Well, no, it's not really the first line, it's more like the title. So, here we go. Avengers Endgame. Adapted Screenplay written by Christopher Marcus and Stephen McFlee. Exit. Barton home. J. Clothes on. A house arrest ankle bracelet. Clint Barton. Okay, you see where you're going? Let's work on how you're gonna get there. Pan up to find Clint Barton with his daughter Lila. I can't read. Okay, just don't comment on my weird pronunciations. Coaching her as she notches an arrow in her bow. Clint Barton. Okay, good. Tip down, bow arm out. 3 fingers. I use 3 fingers too. Why 3? Cause 2's not enough. Oh, I don't think she ever said this in the movie. Why 3? Cause 2's not enough and 4's too much. Yeah, 4's too much, 2's not enough. You guys want mustard or mayo? Or both? Who puts mayo on a hot dog? Clint turns in the field behind him. His wife, Laura Barton, sets up a picnic as Cooper and Nathaniel play soccer. They were throwing Okay, this is probably like the script they wrote, but then changed a few things. Who puts mayo on a hot dog? We'll both have mustard, hun. Jalila. Okay, draw back, deep breath. She lets loose, thud. Her arrow hits near the bullseye. Good job. Wait, no. Good job, Hawkeye. Go get your arrow. Enough, Lorbar. Enough murder practice. Soup's on. Clipboard. 1 sec, hey, be right there. You're gonna kill some hot dogs. We're hungry. But when he turns, Lila is gone. The bow and arrow lie at his feet. He stares. Dang, there's a lot of things in this script that weren't in the movie, because I remember. Lila, babe, did you see Lila? He turns to his wife, but she's gone. So are the boys. The soccer ball rolls to a stop near the picnic blanket. No one can be seen for 100 yards in all directions. Clint Barton. Guys, come on. Clint walks toward the field, dread growing. Laura. Clint breaks into a panic run. Laura. Clint melts down, spinning round, frantic. Marvel flip. Extends space at night. Blackness. Title. Oh, this is like the edited part. Title. 22 days later. Soon the Benator tumbles past adrift. Benator Galaxy. Night. Tony and Nebula play tabletop football. She wins. Offering his hand, good sport, have fun. Nebula studies his hand, confused. Finally, she shakes. It was fun. Benator, flight deck, night. Tony, thin and haggard, kneels in front of his broken Iron Man helmet. Mark 50. He hits a switch. A light blinks. Tony's recording. He stares directly into the camera. Tony, this thing on? Hey, Miss Potts. Pep. If you find this recording, don't post it on social media. It's going to be really tear-jerker. The Benator sparks adrift. Tony, I don't know if you were ever going to see this. I don't even know if you're still God. I hope so. Today's day 21? No, 22. Benator Galley. Flashback. Nebula lasers shut Tony's infected wound. You know, if it wasn't for the existential void of space, I'd say I'm feeling a little better today. To the blue meanie back there, you'd like her. She's very practical and only a tiny bit sadistic. Benator Galley. Flashback. Tony and Nebula mend the empty fuel cells under the floor. The fuel cells were cracked during battle, but we figured out a way to reserve the ion charge. Bought ourselves about 48 hours of flight time. Probably is that was about 49 hours ago. Space night. From high overhead, he watched the Benator drift into space. Which means we're dead in the water, 1,000 light years from the nearest 7-Eleven. Tony hands Nebula the last of purple powder. She pushes it back to him. Most of the quote-unquote food and potable water ran out 2 weeks ago. Tony stands on the flight deck, one hand resting on the glass, staring into the unknown. Pep, I know I said no more surprises, but I gotta say I was really hoping to pull off one last one. But it looks like, well, you know what it looks like. Benator flight deck night. Back to now. Tony records his thoughts into his helmet. Don't feel bad about this. I mean, actually, if you grovel for a couple of weeks and then move on with enormous guilt, I should probably lie down for a minute. Rest my eyes, please. Know when I drift off, it'll be like every day lately. I'm fine, totally fine. I'm going to dream about you. It's always. Tony switches the helmet off. Nebula finds Tony sprawled on the floor. Time cut. Nebula helps Tony into Quill's chair. Tony slumps completely still. Nebula gives him his privacy. Move in on Tony's face as the light slowly grows brighter. Soon the entire flight deck glows as bright as the sun. Nebula appears from the gallery, shading her eyes. Tony's eyelids flutter. Finally, he opens them to see Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, hovering in space. Avengers compound, bathroom, night. Steve Rogers shaves. He studies himself in the mirror, exhausted. He's about to tap his razor in the standing water. When the water ripples, Steve stares a bit puzzled. Then the lamp catches his eye, swaying gently. Just then a sound roars overhead. Steve turns. Avengers compound, night. The moon hangs huge over the earth. There, the silhouette of the Venator races past, propelled by Carol Danvers. Below, Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, and Natasha Romanoff watch a flying woman guide the ship to the ground. Behind them, Pepper Potts walks up to the group. Steve races up as Nebula helps Tony down the ramp. Tony, I couldn't stop him. Steve, neither could we. Tony, I lost the kid. Steve, unable to say it all. We lost. Tony, is Pepper? Just then Pepper Potts throws herself into Tony's arms. Pepper Potts, stay here. You stay right here. I'm not going anywhere, says Tony. Nearby, Nebula watches the sad humans. Rocket sits beside her gratefully. She rests a hand on his fur head. Avengers compound, workshop, day. Rhodey, Tony, Steve, Natasha, and Carol watch a holo display rotating through faces of people who've lost. Wanda, Vision, Bucky, T'Challa, Maria Hill. Rhodey, it's been 23 days since Thanos came to Earth. Tony, Week sits in a high-tech wheelchair, IV dripping into his arm. He stares, taking in the loss. Sam Wilson, Ross, Secure, I don't know what that says. Sharon Carter, Scott Lang, Hope Van Dyne, Hank Pym, Nick Fury. At Fury, Carol bites back emotion. Natasha, world governments are in pieces, as you can imagine, but the parts that still work are trying to take a census. It looks like he did what he said he was going to do. Jane Foster, Eric Selvig, Wong. Doctor Strange, the Barton family, Quill, Drax, Mantis, Groot, Peter Parker. Finally, Tony looks away. Rhodey turns it off. Natasha, Thanos wiped out 50% of all living creatures on Earth. Carol Danvers, not just Earth. Rhodey, you sure about that? Carol Danvers, you never have to ask me that. Tony, where is he now? We don't know. He just opened a portal and walked through. Tony looks out to see Thor on the patio. Tony, what's his deal? Rocket, he's pissed. Tony turns to see Rocket for the first time. Rocket, he thinks he failed, which of course he did, but there's a lot of that going around, ain't there? Tony, until this second, I literally thought you were a Build-A-Bear. Steve, we've been hunting Thanos for 3 weeks. Deep space scans, satellites, we got nothing. Tony, you fought him. Tony, who told you that? I didn't fight him. He wiped my face with a planet while a Bleecker Street magician gave away the store. There was no fight because he's not beatable. Steve, did he give you anything to go on? Clues, coordinates. Tony stares lost, barely acknowledging Steve. Tony, I saw this coming a few years back. Didn't want to believe. I thought I was dreaming. Steve, Tony, I need you to focus, Tony. And I needed you as in past tense. That trumps what you need. It's too late, buddy. You know what I need. Tony turns everyone slightly unstable. Tony, I need a shave and a burger, not a bowl of soup. All I believe I remember telling all of you, alive and otherwise, that we needed a suit of armor around the world. whether it impacted our precious freedoms or not. Steve, but that didn't work out, did it? Tony, I said we'd lose. You said we'd do that together too. Guess what, Cap? We lost. You weren't there. But that's what we do, right? Our best work after the fact. We're the Avengers, not the pre-Avengers. Tony, take it easy. Or Rhodey. Tony, take it easy. Tony, I've got nothing for you, Cap. No coordinates, no clues, no strategies, no options. Zero, zip, nada. No trust. Rips out RT, the arc reactor thing used for his nanotech Mark 50. Here, you take this, you find him, put this on, and hide. Drops to his knees. I'm fine. Tony collapses. Rhodey catches him. Avengers compound corridor. Day. Carol, Steve, and Natasha stare through the glass doors at Tony in a hospital bed. Pepper and Banner at his side. Rhodey steps out of the hospital room. Rhodey, Bruce gave him a sedative. Should be out for the rest of the day. Carol, heading for the lab. Take care of him. When I come back, I'll bring a bottle of Exorian elixir, if I'm saying that right. Steve, where are you going? Carol Danvers, to kill Thanos. Avengers compound workshop. Day. Natasha catches up to Carol in the workshop. Natasha, hey, hang on. We're sort of a team here. Between you and me, morals, a little fragile. Carol Danvers, oh, I'm sorry, my fault. Carol sees Steve and Rhodey catch up. She slaps her hands. Carol Danvers, all right, team. I'm going to go kill Thanos. Message me if you get any intel that can help. Otherwise, I'll report back when he's dead. Great work, everybody. That wasn't in the movie, but it's actually kind of funny. I wish I was there. Steve, look, we realize up there's more your territory, but this is our fight too. Rhodey, do you even know where he is? Carol, I know people who might. Nebula, don't bother. They all turn to see Nebula in the living area doorway. Nebula, I can tell you where Thanos is. Avengers compound living area. Day. Steve, Natasha, Rhodey, Banner, Rocket, Thor, and Carol gathered. Nebula studies her robotic hand. Nebula, Thanos spent a long time trying to perfect me. When he worked, even disassembled, I wanted to please him. I'd ask where would we go once his plan was complete. His answer was always the same. To the garden. Rhodey, you're saying Thanos had a retirement plan? Steve, where's this garden? Rocket brings up Earth on a hollow map. A bright surge of energy envelops the planet. Rocket, when Thanos snapped his fingers, Earth became ground zero for a power surge of ridiculously cosmic proportions. No one's seen anything like it. He shifts the map, crossing billions of light years to an identical surge enveloping a mysterious orange planet. Rocket, until 2 days ago. Natasha, you're saying he snapped his fingers again? Where? Rocket zooms into the holonet towards a cluster of stars. Nebula planet is unnamed but inhabitable. Rich atmosphere, good soil. Steve eyes everyone. Thor finally looks up. Bruce Banner, thinking of himself. You know we'd be going short-handed. Rhodey, because he killed all our friends. Rocket, are we saying they're dead? We're using that word now? Rhodey, he's still got the stones. Carol, so we take them, and we use them to bring everybody back. Bruce Banner, just like that? Steve, yeah, just like that. No one speaks finally. Natasha, if there's even the smallest chance we can undo this, then we owe it to everyone who's not sitting here to try. Everyone looks around the room. Agreed. Bruce Banner, if we do this, why would it end any differently than it did before? Carol Danvers, because before you didn't have me. Rhodey, hey new girl, all of us in here are about that superhero life. Where have you been all this time? Carol Danvers, there's a lot of people in the universe, and they didn't all have you. Thor stands. He crosses to Carol and holds out his hand. Stormbreaker whips past her and ruffling her hair. Carol doesn't flinch. Thor smiles. Thor, I like this one. Steve stares at the planet a long deceiving moment. Steve, let's go get that son of a. Wait, where's my bleep button? Hold on, I want to get my bleep button out for this. Let's go get the. Come on, bleep button. Let's go get that son of a. Oh wait, no sound. No. Let's go get that son of a. I like my bleep button. Title: Avengers Endgame. Benatar flight deck, dawn. Everyone settles into their seats on the Benatar flight deck. Steve watches Earth grow smaller through the window. Carol Danvers. Trust me, you get used to it. Rocket looks around from the pilot's chair. Rocket, okay, who here hasn't been to space? Steve, Natasha, and Rhodey half raise their hands. Rocket, oh, you're gonna hate this. Nebula, approaching jump in 3, 2. Steve fingers tighten on his armrest as Benatar dawn. Whoosh. The Benatar warps leaping into jump space. Whoosh. The Benatar arrives above an ominous orange planet. As the ship maintains orbit, Carol flies toward the planet. Carol Danvers. I'll head down for recon. If I'm not back in 15, you'll know I found him. Benatar flight deck space. Our heroes wait on the flight deck tense. Natasha looks at Steve, who's staring at a compass. Peggy Carter's yellowed photo still rests inside. Natasha, this is gonna work, Steve. Steve, I know it will. Because I don't know what I'm gonna do if it doesn't. Just then, Carol flies up to other side of the glass. Carol Danvers. No satellites, no ships, no armies, no ground defenses of any kind. It's just him. Nebula. That's enough. The Avengers exchange a look. Titan 2, day. Oh, that's what some people called it the Garden, since that's what Thanos would have called it, but in the script it's Titan 2, day. Smoke curls from the chimney of a solitary lodge. Thanos' lodge, day. A pot boils over a fire, then Thanos limps toward it, left side paralyzed, arm blackened, a shell of his former self. He stirs the pot suddenly, an armored hand bursts from the fire, grabbing Thanos' gauntlet, preventing Thanos from closing his fist. Thanos jerks back as Hulkbuster springs inside. Carol and Rhodey bash through the roof, pinning Thanos' arms. Thor crashes through the door, followed by the others. He swings Stormbreaker, cutting off Thanos' hand. I thought it was the entire arm. Like, from the elbow. Probably. Thor crashes through the door, followed by others. Wait, I already read that part. The gauntlet lands at Rocket's feet. He picks it up, and his face goes slack. He turns the glove toward the others, and we now realize the Infinity Stones are gone. Steve, where are they? Thanos doesn't answer. Carol pressing him to his knees. Carol Danvers, answer the question. Thanos, the universe required correction. After that, the stones served no purpose beyond temptation. Bruce Banner, you murdered trillions. Thanos, you should be grateful. Natasha, where are the stones? Thanos, gone, reduced to atoms. Bruce Banner, you used them 2 days ago. Thanos, I used the stones to destroy the stones. It nearly killed me, but the work is done. It always will be. That land sickens. Rockets searches frantic, near tears. No, they can't be gone. Wait, did they even... Oh, they added the part in the movie where he's like, I used the stones to destroy the stones. It nearly killed me, but the work is done. It always will be. The part where he says, I am inevitable, wasn't added in there in the script, so they added it in the movie. Interesting. Rhodey, he's lying. Nebula, my father is many things. A liar is not one of them. Thanos, thank you, daughter. Perhaps I've treated you too. Swoosh, Thor's axe severs Thanos' head from his body. It hits the floor, followed by the thud of his huge frame. Rocket, what did you do? Thor just stares his long journey a failure. Thor, I went for the head. Useless now. As Thor walks away, Steve looks at Thanos' head on the ground. It's over. They lost. Faded to black. Over black 5 years later. Port of New York. Day. A car crusher flattens an Audi. It's probably Tony's Audi. But they didn't do that in the movie. Thousands more never driven cars lie stacked on the docks waiting their turn. New York Day. A huge trap flaps over the shuttered Lincoln Center. Shea Stadium Day. A teenage girl rides her skateboard alone in a weed-filled parking lot. Pull back to see the empty stadium behind her. Brooklyn Community Center. Night. A poster shows a single figure staring at a group of shadows. It reads, "Where do we go now that they're gone?" The bottom reads, "Brooklyn Support Group, Tuesday, 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Isn't that like nighttime for me? Yeah, probably. A grieving man speaks in a recovery group. Grieving man, so I went on a date the other day, Jimmy. Good job, Bobby. Back in the game. Grieving man. Thank you, Jimmy. To the group. First in 5 years, I sat there at dinner thinking, what are we even supposed to talk about? Steve Rogers, thinner, older, listens intently. Steve, what did you talk about? Grieving man. Some old crap. How much things have changed. How much we miss the Mets. My job. His job. Then it got kind of quiet. He cried during the salads. Old man, what about you? Grieving man. I cried just before dessert. But I'm seeing him again tomorrow, so. Steve, that's great. You've already done the hardest part. You took a jump, didn't know where you'd come down. And that's it. Those little brave baby steps we've got to take to try to make us feel whole again. To find a purpose. To everyone. I went into the ice after I met the love of my life. Woke up 70 years later. Had to keep going. The group takes this in. Steve, the world's been left in our hands. If we don't do something with it, the Thanos might as well have killed all of us. People nod, but Steve seems unconvinced by his own words. I'm gonna watch Avengers Endgame after this, see all the differences in the script and the actual movie. San Francisco Day. The camera rotates down from the sky onto a strangely quiet San Francisco until it finds a storage warehouse. Storage warehouse, Unit 277 Day. Luis Van sites in a storage unit surrounded by boxes. Scott Lang's kitchens, Scott Lang clothes. Through the van windows, we see Hank Pym's quantum realm tunnel. A meandering rat crawls onto the controls. The rat saved the universe. It accidentally steps on a toggle switch and a light goes green. Flash. The back doors of the van blow open, revealing Scott Lang, Ant-Man suit shorting out. He retracts his helmet, gasping. Storage warehouse security office Day. A guard reads the terminal beach by J.G. Barrold. Oh, he's reading a book. He looks up at a monitor. Scott Lang holds up a sign. Help. Storage warehouse Day. A dented wagon rolls over a speed bump. Scott, in his old clothes, slowly wheels his belongings away. The guard watches him go, puzzled. San Francisco Street Day. Scott walks a street of abandoned homes. Scott, hello. He hears a clacking. A kid on a bicycle rides by, playing card wedges between his spokes. Scott waves him down. The kid stops. Hey kid, what happened here? Says Scott. I forgot to read that part. The kid says nothing. He just stares at Scott with a haunted look. Then he stands on his pedal and keeps riding. Clack, 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 clack. San Francisco, Golden Gate Park, day. Stone monument looms in the park. A small crowd mills reveal Scott Lang looking over the monument's lost. Time cut. Scott walks up to the obelisks at the top. They read the vanished. Hundreds of names line on the stone. Line the stone. He scans the L to S, finally finding Scott Lang. Scott Lang. What? Realizing Cassie. Winded Scott races up the sidewalk toward his old house. He leaps a bush, banging on the front door. Scott Lang. Cassie. Soon a teen girl opens the door, shocked, a very long beat. Cassie Lang. Dad? Scott Lang. Peanut? Scott wraps his arms around Cassie Lang. 14 seconds maybe? Now 5 years older than when he last saw her. She hugs him, crying. Cassie Lang, I thought you were gone. Scott Lang. I'm sorry, I'm back. They didn't say that in the movie. Avengers compound, front gate, dawn. Avengers compound stands amidst overgrown grass. Rusty chains lock the gates. Faded signs warn restricted area. Keep out. Avengers compound, living area, night. Natasha sits surrounded by hollow screens featuring Carol Danvers, Rhodey, Rocket, and Nebula and Okoye. Rocket. We boarded that highly suspect warship, Danvers pinged. Natasha. And Nebula. It was an infectious garbage scow. Rocket. So thanks for the hot tip. Carol Danvers, you were closer and now we smell like garbage. Natasha to Okoye. You get a reading on those tremors? Okoye. Minor subduction in the African plate. Natasha. Do we have a visual? How are we handling it? Okoye. Nat. It is a mild quake in the ocean. We handle it by not handling it. Natasha looks burdened. Rhodey steps in. Rhodey, I can have NASA redirect satellite, do a sweep just to make sure. Natasha, thanks, Carol. You're still coming our way next month. Carol Danvers, not likely. Rocket, getting another haircut? Carol Danvers, listen, Furface, I'm covering a lot of territory out here. The things that have been happening on Earth have been happening everywhere else, on thousands of planets. You might not see me for a long time. Natasha, alright, everybody keeping their eyes open. Keep keeping their eyes open. This channel is always active. Anything goes sideways, anything makes trouble where they shouldn't, it comes through me. They ad-lib their goodbyes as they sign off, except Rhodey. Natasha, what's up? Where are you? Rhodey, Mexico, got some news. Natasha, okay. Rhodey, Federales found a room full of bodies. Just like Rhodey said, bodies. Outside Jury's cartel guys, guns still in their pants. Natasha could be a rival hit. Rhodey, but it wasn't. Same MO as Marcial and Kiev. More. Rhodey, it's definitely Barton. She nods, reluctantly accepting. Rhodey, what he's done here, what he's been doing, I got to tell you, part of me doesn't even want to find him. Natasha just stares a long beat. Natasha, find out where he's going next. Rhodey nods, signing off. Natasha sights there, then crumples after a long beat. Oh, Steve, I'd offer to cook you dinner, but you seem sad enough already. Natasha turns to see Steve in the doorway. Natasha, come by to do your laundry, Steve, and see a friend. Natasha, your friend's fine. Steve, she'll leave the house today? Natasha, nothing out there I particularly want to see. Steve, she leave the house today? Wait, no, I already read that. Steve, I spotted part of whales coming over the bridge. Natasha, The most in the Hudson, Steve. Fewer ships, cleaner water. Just saying, there's still a world out there. Natasha, if you're about to tell me to look on the bright side, I'm about to hit you with a peanut butter sandwich. Steve relents, letting down his facade. Steve, sorry, force of habit. Natasha, I don't know how to do it. Steve bites into the uneaten half of her sandwich. Steve, I guess I don't know how to. Natasha, me neither. After a long moment, Steve looks up at her, honest. Steve, I keep telling them move on, grow past it. And some of them actually do, but not us. Natasha, if I move on, who does this? Steve, maybe it doesn't need to be done. Natasha takes that in. Steve is thinking of giving up. She looks around at Avengers compound. Natasha, I used to have nothing. Then I got this job, this family, and I was better because of it. She chokes slightly, collecting herself. Natasha, and even though they're gone, I'm still trying to be better. Steve, I think we both need to get a life. Natasha, you first. They stare at each other a long melancholy moment. Melancholy? I don't know what that word is. Then we hear a ping. Natasha snipes to the CCTV display. Scott Lang's face fills the screen. Luis's van behind him. Scott Lang. Hello, is anyone home? This is Scott Lang. We met a few years ago at the airport. Steve, this an old message. Natasha stunned. It's the front gate. Avengers compound workshop night. Scott paces, mumbling to himself. Steve. Scott, are you okay? Scott Lang. What? Yes. He turns to Steve and Natasha. Scott Lang. Have either of you guys even ever studied the quantum physics? Natasha, not only to make a conversation. Steve glances at her. She shrugs. Scott Lang. Well, 5 years ago, just before this Thanos guy, I went into a place called the quantum realm. It's like its own microscopic universe. You can only get there if you're incredibly small. Hope, she was supposed to pull me out, but then Thanos happened and I was stuck in there. Natasha, I'm sorry. It must have been a long 5 years. Scott, okay, but that's just it. But that's just the thing. It wasn't. For me, it was only 5 hours. The rules of the quantum of the quantum realm aren't like out here. They're completely unpredictable. They're completely unpredictable. Is anybody gonna eat that sandwich? Steve, Scott, what are you talking about? I'm just gonna have this stream posted here, Justin. Okay, gonna eat that sandwich. Hey, shut up. I'm just gonna keep the stream posted there. Scott, what are you talking about? Scott, time works differently in the quantum realm. Steve and Natasha share a look. Scott Lang, probably is right now. It's chaos. There's no way to navigate it. But what if we could figure out a way to enter the quantum realm at a certain point in time, and come out in another, like before Thanos? See, wait, Scott. Are you talking about a time machine here? Scott, no, not a machine. More like a searches then gives up. Yeah, like a time machine. I know, it sounds crazy. Natasha, Scott, I get emails from a raccoon. Nothing's crazy anymore. Scott Lang, so who do we talk to about this? Stark Eco Compound, upstate New York, day. Llamas and farm animals graze a rustic tech eco compound. That wasn't in the movie. Stark Eco Compound, woods, day. Tony approaches a wooden glade near the house. Tony, Morgan Howard Stark, chow time. Chow time, want some lunch? Silence. Then Morgan Stark steps out of her play tent wearing a purple blue Iron Man helmet. The rescue armor. Morgan Stark Define lunch or be disintegrated. Tony, you should not be wearing that. It's part of a special anniversary gift I made for your mom. You think about lunch? Tony gently takes the helmet off, revealing a young girl. Tony, where do you find this? Morgan Stark. Garage. Tony picks her up, walking toward the house. Tony, you like going in the garage? So does Daddy. It's alright. Mommy never wears that what I buy her. Time cut. Tony and Morgan exit the woods. Suddenly, Tony stops in the driveway. Steve Rogers stares at him. Natasha and Scott get out of the car behind him. Stark Eco Compound, porch day. Steve, Scott, and Natasha sit with Tony. Tony, I just want to thank you folks for dropping by. It's not every day one gets to contemplate bidding in it on the entire dimensional timescape. Natasha, you've got some objections to the plan. Tony, so you're calling it a plan? To me, it sounds like an exotic suicide method. Not to mention, it's impossible. Scott, we know what it sounds like. Steve, Tony, after what you've seen, is anything really impossible? Tony, quantum fluctuation kind of messes with the Planck scale, which then triggers the Deutsch proposition. Can we agree on that? Offering more tea. Chai, chow, chai. Back on message. In layman's term, it means you can cancel your Netflix subscription because you're not coming home. Scott Lang, I did. Tony, which was a billion to one cosmic fluke. Now you want to pull a, what are you calling it? Scott Lang, a time heist. Tony, oh, of course, a time heist. Why didn't we think of this before? Right, because it's a pipe dream. Who are you again? Scott Lang, still Scott. Steve, Tony, the stones exist in the past. We could get them and bring them here. Natasha, we can snap our own fingers. We can bring everybody back. Tony, or screw it up worse than he already has. Steve, I don't believe we would. Tony stares at Steve. A lot of water under the bridge. Tony, gotta say it. Sometimes I've missed that giddy optimism. Sadly, all your high hopes won't help me. If there's no logic, tangible time heist, I believe the most tangible way for me to safely execute said time heist, I believe the most likely outcome would be our collective demise. Not if we strictly follow the rules of time travel. No talking to our past selves, no betting on sporting events. Stop, Scott, stop. Are you telling me that your plan to save the universe is more than loosely based on Back to the Future? Scott Lang, meaning, yes, no. Tony, good. Because that would be where's my I can't use my bleeper. Scientifically speaking, your brother's picture doesn't disparage just because you went to the dance. Your mom. That's not how quantum physics works. We have to take a stand, Tony. We did stand, and yet here we are. Scott Lang, look, Stark. Can I call you Tony? Can I call you Tony? Tony, please don't. Scott, Tony, fine. Scott Lang, I get that you've got a lot on the line here. You've got a wife, a daughter, but I lost someone very important. A lot of us did, and now we have a chance to save her and everyone else. And you won't even, Tony. No, Scott, I won't even. Suddenly, Morgan walks onto the porch. Morgan Stark, Mommy told me to save you. Tony takes Morgan into his arms and heads inside. Tony, good job, I'm saved. To Steve, I wish you were coming here to ask me something else. I'm honestly happy to see you. If you want to stay. Steve tries one last time. Steve, Tony, I get it, and I'm happy for you. I am. But this is a second chance. Tony, yeah, well, I got my second chance right here. I can't roll the dice on it. The table is set for 6. If you don't talk shop, you're welcome to stay for lunch. Steve, Natasha, and Scott walk towards the car. Natasha, he's scared. Steve, he's not wrong. Scott Lang, what are we gonna do now? We need him. You want to stop. We need him. You want to stop? Steve, no. I want to do it right. We're going to need really big brains. Scott Lang, bigger than his? Diner night. Onlookers crowd a diner window, trying to peek inside. Scott Lang, I'm confused. Dinner night. Smart Hulk rolls up a pizza and eats it like a burrito. Scott, Steve, and Natasha sit across from him. Smart Hulk, these are confusing times. Scott Lang, no, that's not what I'm. Smart Hulk, I'm kidding. I get it. It's crazy. I wear shirts now. Scott Lang, but why? Smart Hulk, 5 years ago we got our kicked, our booties kicked, right? Smart Hulk eats a stack of pancakes in 2 bites. He's heard. Steve, he's heard. Smart Hulk, it was worse. It was worse for me because I lost twice. First Hulk lost, then Banner lost, then we all lost. Natasha, no one blamed you, Bruce. Smart Hulk, I did. I feel like I'm the only one eating here. Here, try some. He holds out a pizza. They decline. He shrugs. Smart Hulk. Thing is, I kept thinking it didn't have to be that way. That the best of Banner and the best of Hulk, if they'd worked together, maybe they could have stopped Thanos. Scott Lang, okay, but how did this happen? Smart Hulk, for years I treated the Hulk like a disease, something to get rid of. But then I started treating him like the cure. Smart Hulk meshes his fingers together. Smart Hulk, 18 months in a gamma lab, I put the brains and the brawn together. And now look at me. Best of both worlds. Two kids ambled up to the booth. Kid, Mr. Hulk, can we get a picture? Smart Hulk, 100%, little lady. The kid hands a phone to Steve. Smart Hulk makes duck face as Steve sheepishly snaps the pic, handing the phone back. Smart Hulk to the fan. Thanks, pal. Hulk out. Steve, so Bruce, about what he said. Smart Hulk, the time travel do-over? I don't know. That's kind of outside my field of expertise. Natasha nods at his Smart Hulkness history between them. Natasha, you pulled this off. I remember a time that wasn't possible too. He considered then finally relents, pulling out his phone. Smart Hulk, I'm supposed to be on Oprah next week, but I guess I could have things around. Stark Eco Compound Kitchen Night. Tony Stark does dishes. He rinses the sprayer. It goes everywhere. He wipes down the counter, including a picture of Peter Parker. He stares. Stark Eco Compound Side Porch Night. Tony builds hollow models, Penrosing diagrams, wormholes. He studies a star-shaped capacitor. Tony, Friday, you up? Friday, yes, sir. Tony, I've had mild inspiration, like to see if it checks out. I would like to run one last sim before we pack it in for the night. This time in the shape of a Mobius strip inverted. Friday, processing. The model forms. Tony, alright, give me the eigenvalue of that particular factoring in spectrile decomp. Run it. That'll take a second. And don't worry if it doesn't pan out. I'm just kind of. Capacitor glows. A hollow map drifts into a circular wormhole, looping, returning to the place it first left. Friday, model rendered. Tony in awe. Shit. That's my favorite part of the movie. Morgan, shit. Tony turns to see his daughter in doorway. Tony, what are you doing up? Morgan, shit. Tony, first of all, that's mommy's words. She coined it. Morgan, why are you up? Because I have because I. Do you guys remember so in the movie he's like, first of all, that's mommy's word. She coined it. You can't say it. Morgan Stark, why are you up? Tony, because I got some important shit going on right here. I just had something on my mind. Morgan Stark, was it Juice Pops? Tony, correct. Tony, correct. Great minds think alike. What kind do you want? Stark Eco Compound, Morgan's room, night. Morgan eats a juice pop in bed. Tony watches. Tony, you done? Finishing her popsicle. Now you are. Morgan Stark, tell me a story. Tony, once upon a time, Maguana went to bed. The end. Maguna. Morgan Stark, that was a bad story. He runs his hand over her hair. Tony, you love that. Love you tons. Morgan Stark, love you 3,000. Tony, wow, that's a lot. Tony turns out the light exits. Stark Eco Compound, living room, night. Photos crowd a side table. Pepper, Morgan, Tony, even one of Howard Stark, Peggy Carter, and Hank Pym under a shield symbol. Find Pepper curled up on the couch reading. Then Tony, out like a light. Don't know how much she loves you, but she loves me 3,000. Pepper Potts, but that's up there. Tony, here. Wait, what are you reading, Tony? I already said that. Pepper Potts, a book about composting. Tony, I think I solved it. Pepper looks up. Pepper Potts, just so we're both talking about the same thing. Tony, time travel. Pepper Potts, that's amazing. Tony, yeah. Pepper Potts, and terrifying. Tony, to say the least. He sits beside her. She stays, sharing in his dilemma. Pepper Potts, we got really lucky. Tony, I know. Pepper Potts, now everybody did. Tony, I can't help everyone. Pepper Potts, except it sort of seems like you can. Tony, not if I stopped right here. Tony, I already said that. Pepper Potts, Tony, trying to get you to stop is one of the few failures of my life. Tony, I could just lock the lab, but put it in the trunk, sink it into the bottom of a lake, and go to bed. Pepper Potts, but could you rest? Avengers compound hitting your day. Scott waltz in his Ant-Man 2 quantum suit in front of the open van. Scott Lang, you're sure these modifications are safe? He looks over to Smart Hulk wearing reading glasses, making adjustments to a new control panel. Smart Hulk, I reran my calculations 3 times. Scott Lang, because the guy who invented this thing is pretty much a genius. Smart Hulk, I have 7 PhDs and MD the hands. Bethy award for physics, and I'm personal friends with Bill Nye the Science Guy. We're good. Scott Lang, yeah, and look like that on purpose. Steve and Natasha enter from. Wait, did I even? No, I didn't miss anything. Steve and Natasha enter from outside. Steve, breakers are set. Emergency generators on standby. Smart Hulk, good. If we blow the grid, I don't want to lose Tiny here in the 1950s. In the 50s. Scott Lang, excuse me? Natasha, he's kidding. Smart Hulk, I was kidding. Natasha, to Hulk, you were kidding, right? Smart Hulk, honestly, I have no idea. We're attempting time travel. Either it's all a joke or none of it is. Loudly to Scott. We're good, helmet on. Scott puts his helmets. Puts on his helmet. Slightly dubious. Smart Hulk. Okay, I'm going to send you back 1 week. Give you an hour to look around, then bring you back in 10 seconds. Makes sense? Scott Lang, perfectly not confusing. Steve, good luck, Scott. You've got this, Scott Lang. Inspired? Yes, I do. Yes, I do, Captain America. Yes, I do, Captain America. Yes, I... Smart Hulk pulls a lever. Scott shrinks to nothing. Smart Hulk counting down from 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, Scott reappears, but he's a 12 years old. Scott Lang, guys, this doesn't feel right. Natasha, is that Scott? Smart Hulk, probably. He scrambles, hitting buttons. Scott shrinks into nothing. Steve, get him back. Smart Hulk flips a switch. Scott reappears at age 93. Scott Lang, oh, my back. Natasha, Bruce, get it under control. What the hell is going on? Smart Hulk, I got it. I know exactly what's going on. Pretty much. Scott shrinks to nothing again. Hulk types frantically with a pencil. Fingers too big for the keys. 2-year-old Scott appears. Natasha, oh my god. Steve, it's a baby. Smart Hulk, it's Scott. Steve, as a baby. Smart Hulk hits a button. Baby Scott disappears. Smart Hulk, when I tell you kill the power, kill the power. When I tell you kill the power, throwing a switch. Now. Smart Hulk hits a button. Baby Scott disappears. Smart Hulk, when I tell you kill the... Wait, did I just read that entire thing? This is so hard. Natasha kills the power. Normal Scott stumbles off the pad. Somebody peed in my pants. I don't know if it was baby me or old me. Or just me. Avengers compound hangar day. Steve leans on the wall, discouraged. Then he hears an engine roar. An Audi races up the driveway. It stops. The window rolls down to reveal Tony. Tony, why the long face? Wild guess, he turned into a baby. Steve, among other things, Tony, EPR paradox. Instead of pushing Lang through time, you're pushing time through Lang. It's dangerous. I probably should have cautioned you against it. Steve, you did it. Tony, thank God I'm here. Regardless, I fixed it. He holds up his star-shaped capacitor. Tony, that is a fully functioning time-space GPS. I just want peace. Resentment is corrosive. I hate it. Steve, me too. Something eases between them for the first time in years. Tony, we've got a shot at the stones, and I just need you to know my priorities. Bring back everyone we lost, hopefully. Keep what I found, definitely. And let's not die trying. Steve looks at Tony. Finally, he offers his hand. Steve sounds like a deal. They shake. This is a long time coming. The time coming. Finally, Tony. But wait, there's more. Act now. It comes with a bonus offer. Tony pops the trunk. Steve stares. I can't speak for some reason. Steve stares, moved at his shield. Steve. Tony, I don't know. Tony, what's to know? He made it for you. You plus I gotta get it out of the garage before Morgan takes it sledding. Steve finally picks up the shield, sliding it into his arms. Steve, thank you, Tony. Tony chokes up, then covers by slamming the trunk. Tony, just don't flaunt it. I didn't bring enough for the whole team. We're getting the whole team, right? Steve, we're trying. Avengers compound hangar day. Scott sits on a bench, eating a hard shell taco. Then a massive exhaust wind blasts him, blowing his taco away. And then the Venator lands outside Avengers compound. Nebula and Rocket emerge. Rocket waits on the end of the gangway. Rocket, hey Huey, where's Big Green? Scott Lang, kitchen, I think. Scott tries to smile at Nebula. She just hits her calm. Nebula, Rhodey, careful on re-entry. There's an idiot in the landing zone. She goes in, then wham! War Machine lands, startling Scott Lang. Oh my God, Rhodey, what's up, regular sized man? Rhodey goes inside as Smart Hulk walks out carrying an overnight bag. He hands Scott some tacos. Rocket, finally, I ain't got all day. I call shotgun, says Smart Hulk. As he walks up the Venator gangway, pre-lap a metallic scraping sound. New Asgard Day. The scrapping goes on as we see a Norwegian fishing village tilt to a sign New Asgard in English and Asgardian ruins. A pickup passes, scraping the pavement. Smart Hulk and Rocket sit in the back, weighing down the trunk. New Asgard Village Day. Smart Hulk and Rocket walk through town. Asgardians in earthly clothes eye them with suspicion. Rocket, what the heck are they looking at? Smart Hulk, I'm kind of famous. Rocket, yeah, I'm sure that's it. Kind of step down from golden palaces and magic hammers. Smart. They lost Asgard, then half of their people. Maybe they're just happy to have a home. Valkyrie, you should have come. Approaches from the pier. Smart girl. Smart. I said smart girl. Smart Hulk grins. Smart Hulk. Hey Valkyrie, great to see you. He goes for a hug. Val doesn't. She studies the new him. Valkyrie. Huh. I liked you better either of the other way. The other way. Of the other ways. I don't know what I'm saying. Smart Hulk, this is Rocket. Rocket. Hey, Valkyrie. Hey, to both of you, he wants you. Smart Hulk. We didn't say we were here to see. Valkyrie, great. Then you can hose out the gut buckets. Rocket, we're definitely here to see him. Valkyrie, he can't give you what you need. Smart Hulk is that bad. Valkyrie, we only see him once a month when he comes in for supplies, quote unquote. She nods to a dozen beer kegs stacked outside a pub. New Asgard Cabin Day. Smart Hulk and Rocket knock on the door of a cabin. Nothing. New Asgard Cabin Day. Smart Hulk opens the door. Pizza boxes and liquor bottles litter the floor. Rocket recoils. Rocket, something died in here. Smart Hulk, hello? Thor? I hear about the cable. We hear heavy shuffling as someone approaches. Thor, Cinemax went out 2 days ago and the sports are all fuzzy. Thor enters confused, a little drunk, shirtless, and from dousely fat. Rocket and Hulk stare. Smart Hulk, Thor, bros, bring it in. Thor hugs Smart Hulk. He turns to Rocket, who steps back. Rocket, yeah, I'm good. Hulk, you know my boys, Korg and Meek, right? Korg and Meek sit on the couch playing PlayStation 4. Korg, the PlayStation 5 already came out by then, because it's like 2023. Korg, here's in the bucket. Feel free to log on to the Wi-Fi. Smart Hulk, hey guys, long time no. Korg, Thor, this kid on TV just called me a pee-pee head. Pee-pee head. Thor, new master again. Korg, new master 69. Thor snatches Korg's headset and hisses into the mic. Thor, new master, this is Thor again. God of Thunder, this is your last warning. Log off this game or we'll come to your basement, rip off your arms, and shove them up your butt. Handing the headset back. Right. Who wants a drink? Smart Hulk and Rocket just stare. Thor pulls a beer from the fridge and whacks the cap against Stormbreaker. Smart Hulk, Hey, buddy, are you alright? Don't look. Don't I look alright? Under his breath. You look like melted ice cream. So what's up? Just here for a hang? We need your help. There's a chance we can fix everything. Like the cable, it's been driving bananas. Like Thanos. Thor grabs Hulk's shirt in tense. Korg rises from the couch. Thor, don't say that name. Yeah, we don't say that name in here. Smart Hulk. Hulk looks down at Thor's hand still on his shirt. Smart Hulk, please let go. Please take your hand off me. Thor looks in. Thor looks into Hulk's eyes and gently removes his hand. Smart Hulk, now I know the thought of that guy might scare you. Thor, scared? Why? Why would I be scared of that guy? I'm the one who killed that guy, remember? Looking around. Anyone else here killed that guy? Thor, didn't think so. Korg, tell everyone who chopped Thanos' head off. Korg, Stormbreaker. Thor uncaps a whiskey bottle. Blam! It shatters in his hand. Reveal rocket blaster smoking. Thor, not cool, man. Rocket, don't care, dude. Smart Hulk, look, I get it. You're in a rough patch. I've been there, but you know who helped me out of it? Thor, was it Natasha? Smart Hulk, it was you. You helped me, and I need you to help me again. Thor, ask the Asgardians down there how much my help is worth. Rocket, at least they're alive. Thor, they were gods. Now they're fisher people, sagging into a chair. The ones that are left anyway, Smart Hulk, that's the thing. I think we can bring them back. Thor's tempted but shakes his head. Thor, stop. I know you think I'm down here wallowing in my own self-pity, waiting to be rescued, but I'm fine. I'm happy. Whatever it is you're offering, don't care, couldn't care less. Hulk and Rocket stare at Thor. Smart Hulk, come on, pal, we need you. He still can't meet their gaze. Finally, Rocket, there's beer on the ship. Thor, what kind? Tokyo night. A karaoke bar lies in ruins as a tinny pop song plays. Blood pools beneath dead yakuza thugs. Uzis just out of reach of their tattooed hands. Or Uzis. Yes, I said that right. Title, Tokyo. As we pull back, the music fades, replaced by a soft crying of terrified hostess darts from cover, wiping away the Chiron. Keep pulling back past a car smashed through the front window. Tattooed driver slumped over the wheel, gun in hand. We hear rain, a revving engine, and then gunfire. Pull onto the sidewalk, turning just as a motorcycle crashes, rider tumbling past us in a white mohawk helmet. Another motorcycle races toward us, but whiff, two arrows send the rider skidding into a wall, tires squealing as the bike spins helplessly onto the side. Camera turns towards an alcove where a yakuza thug tumbles off the stairs as a masked figure heads up, stopping momently to draw his telescoping blade. Behind the smoke glass of a second floor windows, the figure fights another thug. Then, crash the thug comes smashing through the window. The thud whip through the rain to the upper floors of the building. Gunfire flashes as the fight continues past their three windows. Suddenly, the fourth window shatters as a Yakuza boss, Aki Hayako, leaps over the sidewalk, landing on the metal awnings of a newer shop. He rolls to the wet street, landing hard on his ankle. The mysterious figure gracefully leaps after him, bouncing off the awning and dropping to the street below, racking up to get our best look yet at Ronan. Hard-set eyes stare at Akiyako through a black mask. They battle. Akiyako, Japanese subtitles. Why are you doing this? We never did anything to you. Ronan. You survived. Half the planet didn't. They got Thanos. You get me. Akiyako attacks Ronan, slashes him across the middle. Ronan, you're done hurting people. Okay, gestures at the bodies in the street. Akiyako, we hurt people, you crazy. Ronan slashes Akiyako's throat. The man drops to his knee. Akiyako, wait, help me. I'll give you anything you want. What do you want, Ronan? What I want, you can't give me. Ronan finishes him off. Akiyako goes still. Sirens wail. Ronan removes his mask, revealing. Wait, where did I last read? Revealing. Clint Barton. Haggard, he hears a football. He whirls, katana raised, then stops. His face goes slack as Natasha steps into a pool of light, a large black umbrella keeping her from the rain. They stare at each other. Clint hasn't seen her in years. She hasn't seen what he's become. Clint Barton. You shouldn't be here. Natasha. Neither should you. Clint Barton. I've got a job to do. Natasha. That's what you're calling this? She moved closer. He stiffens. Natasha. Killing these people won't bring your family back. Beat. We found something. A chance maybe. Clint Barton. Don't. Natasha. Don't what? Clint. Don't give me hope. Don't give me hope. Natasha, I'm just sorry I couldn't give it to you sooner. Clint dissolves, sagging into her arms. Avengers compound hangar day. Thor stands with a beer and a coat, cozy, staring at a new quantum tunnel. Pony. Out of the way, Limbo whiskey. Thor shuffles aside as Tony blows past. Tony, hey Ratchet, you get lost in there? Rocket, it's Rocket, and shut up. You're only a genius on Earth, pal. Tony, and you're only in there because you have tiny hands. Rocket covered in grease wriggles out a hatch. Rocket fixed it. Tony, thank you. Rocket, get used to saying that. Avengers Compound Workshop Day. Smart Hulk fits Scott with a brand new time suit. Nebula assists Rhodey. Rhodey enters the workshop eyeing the suit. Rhodey's time travel suit. I like it. Smart Hulk awkwardly tries to fit a pair of red test tubes of the red liquid to make you shrink into the time suit's belt. Scott Lang, easy, careful with those. Smart Hulk, I'm being very careful. Scott Lang, you're being very hulky. Scott takes the tubes from him and inserts them himself. Scott Lang, these are Pym particles. You can't shrink to the quantum realm without them. And since Hank Pym got snapped out of existence, we can't make any more. I told you, we only got enough for one round trip each. No do-overs. Scott gently clicks the tubes into their housing. Scott Lang. Plus 2 test runs. Suddenly Scott shrinks into nothing, then goes back. He takes that in. Scott Lang. One test run. Embarrassed? Okay, maybe I'm not ready. Clint Barton. I'm game. They turn to see Clint leaning in the doorway. Clint Barton. I'll do it. Time cut. Now Clint wears the time suit. Scott looks on sulky Smart Hulk Rhodey and Nebula attached to the PIM housing. Smart Hulk. Okay, Clint, you might feel a little disoriented when you Chronos shift. Rhodey, hang on. I got to ask if we can do this. Why don't we just go find Baby Thanos and Rhodey makes a strangling gesture. Smart Hulk, one, because that's horrible, and two, killing Baby Thanos doesn't kill adult Thanos. Time doesn't work like that. You can't change the future by changing the past. Scott Lang, sure we can. We take the stones before Thanos gets them, then he doesn't have them. Problem solved. Maybe that's not how it works, Clint Barton. I don't know. That is kind of what I've heard. Smart Hulk, heard from who? Rhodey, Star Trek, Terminator, Bill and Ted's Excellent, Smart Hulk. Why does everyone think this that's not true? If you travel to the past, then that past has become your present, and your former present has become the past, which now can't be changed by your new future. Nebula. Exactly. Rhodey. Excuse me. Scott leans over. Okay. Scott Lang. Apparently, Back to the Future is bullshit. Clint Barton, look, are we doing this or not? Avengers compound, hangar, day. Clint waits alone on the platform wearing the time suit. Smart Hulk readings. Readies. The quantum console as Rocket, Rhodey, Nebula, Thor, and Steve look on. Smart Hulk. Okay, Clint, starting in 3, 2, 1. Clint nods over at them, determining. Suddenly he stretches, shrinks, and vanishes. Whoosh. Barn home, barn day. Through the slats of a barn, we see a tractor, energy flares, revealing Clint Barton in a time suit. He walks to the open door, staring at his own home. Barn home, front porch day. Clint climbs the porch. He accidentally kicks a basketball mitt. Then he hears a voice. He stares into the house through the screen door from the sounds of it. Lara and the kids are making dinner. His daughter laughs. Clint's face crumples. Just then, his quantum cuff vibrates. A screen counts down to 3. Clint Barton. No, not yet. Opening the door. Lila. Oh, it's Lila. I said Lila. Huh. But his body starts to glow. 1. Clint vanishes. The screen door slams after a moment. Lila runs in. Lila Barton. Dad? Avengers compound, hangar day. Clint appears on the pad, shaken. Tony and Natasha approach. Natasha, are you all right? Hey, look at me. You okay? Tony, tell me something good. Clint looks up cheerfully. He holds out the basketball mitt. Clint Barton. It worked. Reveals Steve, Smart Hulk, Nebula, Rhodey, Scott, Thor, and Rocket look on. Rocket. Holy crap, we're freaking time travelers. Avengers compound, living area, day 1, day, Macau. On a hollow board, mind, space, time, power, reality, and soul. Above each word hovers its artifact. Loki's scepter, the tesseract, the eye of Agamotto, the orb, the ether container, and a question mark, which is probably for the soul stone. Steve. Okay, now that we've got how we're now. Okay, now that we've got how, we're going to need where, and when. Nebula, Tony, Rhodey, Scott, Smart Hulk, Rocket, Natasha, and Clint look on. Steve, most folks here have encountered at least one of the 6 Infinity Stones. Tony, I think you mean nearly been killed by one of the 6 Infinity Stones. Scotland, I haven't. Just saying. Smart Hulk, regardless, we've only got one Pym particle for one round trip each, and the stones have been in a lot of places throughout history. Tony, our history. Not all of them are going to be fun drop-in. Be a fun drop-in. Clint Bryan, which means we've got to pick our targets. Steve, exactly. Let's start with the ether. Thor, what do you know? Everyone looks towards Thor, slumped over. Natasha, is he asleep? Rhodey, no. I'm pretty sure he's dead. Thor sulks, looking at either container hollow. Reality, location are listed. Savartal Fihim. For survival, I can't say it. Nowhere, London. Thor, the ether's not a stone. It's more like angry sludge. My grandfather hid it from dark elves in a rock between dimensions that can only be accessed every 5,000 years. His robotic eye drifts off in the wrong direction. Thor bangs his head, resetting his eye. Thor, or by Jane, by Jane, she stuck her hand in the rock. Then the ether stuck itself inside her. Then I took her to Asgard, which is where I'm. Took her to Asgard. We were dating. We're not anymore. Depressed. Everyone stares. Dissolved to Avengers compound living area. Day 2. Close on a hollow image of the orb power. Locations are listed. Morag 2014. Kylan 2014. Xandar 2014 to 2018. Find Rocket as he slurps from a container of low mean. Rocket Quill said he stole the Power Stone from Morag. He paces on top of the table past Smart Hulk eating a pint of Hunka Hulka burning fudge. References. Smart Hulk, that's a person. Rocket, it's a planet. Quill was a person. Scotland, wait, like a planet in space? Rocket pinches Scott's cheeks. Rocket, oh look, it's like a puppy, all happy and everything. Rocket, you want to go to space, puppy? I'll take you to space. The Avengers compound sitting area. Day doesn't say. Scott, Steve, Natasha, Clint, Rocket, and Smart Hulk sit quietly listening to Nebula. Nebula, Thanos found the Soul Stone on Vormir. Natasha and that is Nebula, a dominion of death at the very center of celestial existence. It's the place where Thanos murdered my sister. That hangs heavily. A moment passes, then Scotland, not it. Avengers compound office. Day early. Tony, Natasha, and Smart Hulk hash it out. Natasha, so this time time stones. Guy, what kind of doctor was he? Smart Hulk, strange. Tony, cross between ear, nose, and throat, and rabbit from hat. Smart Hulk had a nice place in a village. Tony, Sullivan Street. Smart Hulk, Bleecker Street. Tony, Sullivan and Bleecker, they're cross streets. Natasha, New York guys, pick the right ear and they're. Wait, he lived in New York, guys. Pick the right year, and there are 3 stones in New York. Smart Hulk, shut the front door. Avengers compound living area. Day 3. Steve blocks our view. Steve, okay. Okay, we have a plan. 6 stones, 3 times, 3 teams, 1 shot. He steps. Wait, while reading this, I actually kind of just realized something. Okoye was never, like, there. I kind of just realized that. Avengers. Wait, where did I leave off? Okay, we have a plan. 6 stones, 3 teams, 1 shot. He steps away, revealing the board. Everyone eyes the tangle of line connecting 6 Infinity Stones. 6 stones to 4 locations, 2 years to 10 heroes. It's it's insane. Avengers compound, hangar, dawn. Dawn rises outside huge windows. Our heroes march past in their time suits. Five years ago, we lost all of us. Avengers compound, hangar day. The heroes gather on the quantum platform. Steve, we lost friends, we lost family, we lost part of ourselves. But today, we have a chance to take it all back. Steve takes the groupings of heroes: Rhodey, Nebula, Nat, and Clint, and Clint, Thor, and Rocket, Tony and Scott. Steve, you have your teams. We have assignments. Get your stones and get back here. 1 round trip each. No mistakes. No do-overs. Steve, most of us are going back to places we know. That doesn't mean we know what to expect. Be careful. Look out for each other. Improves if you have to. Looking around. This is the fight of our lives. We are going to win, whatever it takes. There's a song called Whatever It Takes, and after the movie came out, I looked for a song like that, and it just was stuck in my head for like 8 months. The platform stays quiet. Rocket whispers to Scott. Rocket, he's pretty good at that. Scott nods enthusiastically. I think that's what it says. Tony, to Smart Hulk. All right, you heard the man. Stroke those keys, Jolly Green. Smart Hulk taps in commands with his pencil. Lights illuminate each pad. Smart Hulk tracking beacons engaged. Clint checks his pocket pocket. A shrunken Venator bus sight inside. Rocket. You promised to bring that back in one piece. Clint Barton. Yeah, sure. I'll do my best, Rocket. That's pretty lame as far as the promises go. Smart Hulk steps onto the platform, completing the lineup, and the platform begins to vibrate. Natasha looks around. Natasha, see you in a minute. Huge foreshadowing there. Smart Hulk. Actually, it'll be closer to 7 or 8 microseconds. Give her. Suddenly, they stretch and vanish through, shrinking away. Whoosh. The quantum console stops vibrating. Hulk's pencil slowly rolls towards the edge of the edge and drops off. New York City, daytime, Avengers 1. Title, New York 2012. I remember going to a movie theater and seeing that Avengers movie. It was weird. I can't remember how old I was, but I remember. The Battle of New York rages in the middle of it all. The Avengers gather in a circle, facing impossible odds. At the same time, just a block away, the New York City alleyway, continuous of Avengers 1. Flash, Steve, Smart Hulk, and Tony and Scott arrive at the mouth of an alley, just out of sight. Tony, okay, Park Avenue that way. Let's huddle up. Sweets off. They all touch their cuffs, retracting their time suits. Steve, we all got our assignments. Stones uptown, 1 stone down. Stay low. Keeping on time. Just then, Avengers 1 Hulk bounds down at the street, smashing things. Steve and Bruce maybe smash a few things along the way for appearances. Steve, where I read that. Smart Hulk, taking off his shirt. All right, but if I have to say, it seems gratuitous. Gratuitous. He half-heartedly smashes a few cars. Smart Hulk. Grrr, grrr. Smart. Sanctum Sanctorum. Roof. Day. Avengers 1. The Battle of New York rages. Chitauri chariots zoom over the village. Suddenly, boom! The chariots explode. One side of the sanctorum, a tiny hooded figure curls jagged mandals into the sky. Into the sky. One on the other side of the roof, Smart Hulk lands. He heads for a door, but an ancient one. I'd be careful going that way. He turns to find Ancient One staring at him. Ancient One, we just had the floors waxed. What does that? What does that mean to wax the floors? I don't get it. Smart Hulk thinks that, then growls, trying to intimidate her. Smart Hulk does what Hulk wants. And she went, yes, I suppose that would be the case. Wait, I don't know if he did that in the movie. Just then, on the roof opposite Just then, on the roof opposite Avengers 1, Hulk tackles a Qatari chariot, ripping it in half. He roars, leaping. Smart Hulk blinks, sheepish. The Ancient One looks at him. Ancient One, care to explain? Smart Hulk, I'm looking for Doctor Strange. Oh, I wish that was actually in the movie. That wasn't there. Ancient One, you're about 5 years too early. Stephen Strange is currently performing surgery 20 blocks that way. About what do you want with him? He finally notices the Eye of Agamotto hanging on her neck. Smart Hulk, well, that actually. Ancient One, I'm afraid not. Smart Hulk, I'm seriously sorry, but I wasn't asking. Smart Hulk cracks his knuckles and moves in. She smiles. Ancient One, you don't want to do this, Smart Hulk. You're right, I don't, but I need that stone, and I don't have a lot of time to debate it. He reaches for the ancient ones. Everyone slams her palm into his chest and blasts Bruce Banner right out of Smart Hulk. Astro Banner hangs in the air, staring at his frozen Smart Hulk body. He looks at his human hands, overwhelmed. Astro Banner, no. She topples Smart Hulk's body with one finger. Wump. Ancient One, now let's start over, shall we? Asgard Palace Corridor Day. Thor 2. Title, Asgard 2013. An Asgard maiden stands at Jane's room, handing a green dress. Maiden, for you, Lady Jane Foster. Do you have anything with pants? Pants. Jane Foster. It's okay. Never mind. Pull back to Rocket and Thor watching from behind. A crypt. Rocket holds a syringe-like extraction device. Thor, that's Jane. Rocket, okay, here's the deal. You're gonna go charm her, and I'm gonna poke her with this thing, extract the reality stone, and get gone lickety-split. Thor looks off in the other direction, anxious. Thor, I'll be right back. The wine cellar is just down there. My father used to have this barrel of Aconian ale. Felt like getting hit in the face with a poleaxe. I'll see if the scullery has a couple of to go cups. They hear someone approaching. Rocket yanks Thor back as Frigga and her handmaids enter the corridor. Frigga, send Loki some soup. I don't think he's eating, and ask our librarians to pull some volumes from the astronomy shelves. He won't read them, but at least they'll keep him company. Thor watches Frigga and her coteries disappear down the hall. Rocket, who's that fancy broad? Thor, my mother. She dies today. Rocket, oh geez. Thor starts to sweat. Thor, I can't do this. This is a bad idea. I can't do this. Rocket climbs onto the marble mount. Rocket, come here. Thor steps closer. Rocket slaps him across the face. Rocket, you think you're the only one who's lost people. What do you think? What do you think we're doing here? I lost the only family I ever had. Quill, Groot, Drax, the chick with the antenna, all gone. I've I've lived 5 meaningless years without them, and every minute was blown at a sag for varian. I can't read that. Gornads. I got you. I get you miss your mom, but she's gone, really gone. There are plenty of people who are only kind of gone, and you can help them. So is it too much to ask that you brush your crumbs out of your beard, make schmoopy talk to Pretty Pants, and then she's not looking, suck out the Infinity Stone and help me get my family back? Thor stares at him a long moment. He wipes his tears away. Thor, I guess not. Rocket, good. Thor, thank you. I can do this. Rocket, great. As Rocket scurries to Jane's door, Thor murmurs to himself, I can do this. I can do this. I can't do this. Rocket peering through keyhole. All right, Heartbreaker. This is our shot. Rocket turns to find Thor nowhere to be seen. Thor, holding his temples. Rocket, I can't kill him and say the elves did it. I can kill him and say the elves did it. I said can't. I'm sad. Morag Day Guardians. Title, Morag 2014. Stiff winds pelt and the surface of Morag. Rhodey steers Nebula as she lowers the escape pod from now full-size Benator. Rhodey, that's it, right on the line, line blue. Keep dropping it. Nearby Clint surveys the planet, gazing explode. Cliffs loom on the Orlani bites Natasha's boots. She kicks it away. Clint to Rhodey. Hey, can we hurry it up, Natasha? Yeah, come on. Chop chop. We're on the clock here. Rhodey. All that really helpful. Time cut. Clint and Natasha board the Benator. Rhodey and Nebula remain on the planet's surface. Natasha, take care of yourself. Rhodey, get that stone and come back. No messing around, you guys. You guys watch each other's six. Beside the pod, Rhodey and Nebula watch the Benator take off. Nebula's coordinates for Vormir are laid in. All they have to do is not fall out. The Benator flight deck. Day Guardians. Clint laughs watching Natasha expertly pilot a spaceship. Natasha, what? Clint Barton, nothing. Just we're a long way from Budapest. Natasha, pushing the throttle further every second. Morag Day. Rhodey scans the landscape. Rhodey. So all we have to do is hang out, wait for this cool guy, and follow him to the Power Stone? Right. Nebula, let's take cover. We're not the only ones in this reality looking for the stone. Rhodey. Hey, who are you talking about right now? Who else is looking for the stone? my father, my sister, and me. Moving on, Rhodey concerned. Rhodey, where are you? Battlefield, alien planet, day, nothing. Bad Nebula cuts down a Corbinite soldier with dual blades. She leads Thanos' troops onward as they lay waste to the Corbinite night homeworld. Just then, blam! A grenade knocks Bad Nebula to her knees. Two Corbians riflemen bear down on her. Suddenly, a green blur leaps in slicing the riflemen's throats. The two huge soldiers drop, revealing Gamora, looking down on her sister. Beat Gamora, you're welcome. Bad Nebula, I didn't ask for your help, Gamora, and yet you always need it. Father wants us back on the ship. Gamora offers her hand. Bad Nebula stands on her own. Bad Nebula, why? Gamora, he's found an Infinity Stone. Of Bad Nebula's interrogated look. Q ship. Day. Bad Nebula and Gamora study a hollow map. Bad Nebula, where? Gamora, on a planet called Morag. Battlefield, alien planet. Day. A dark figure advances across the smoky field, relentless. Bad Nebula. Father's plan is finally in motion. Gamora, one stone isn't six. One stone isn't six. Aliens run for cover, screaming. Something cuts them down. Bad Nebula, it's a start if he gets them all. Steps from the smoke, armor wielding a huge blade. Gamora, we'll never have to do this again. Three aliens charge him. Thanos cuts them down. He wipes blood from his face and smiles. Bad Nebula, he'll miss it. A small fighter flies in strafing him, never breaking stride. Thanos slices it in two. He looks up to his ship. A beam bathes him in light. Q ship day. Bad Nebula and Gamora turn as Thanos enters the flight deck. Thanos, Ronan has located the Power Stone, and I'm dispatching you to his ship. Gamora, he won't like it. Thanos wipes the blood from his blade. Thanos, his alternative is death. Ronan's obsession clouds his judgment. After Loki, I'm taking no chances. Bad Nebula, we will not fail you, Father. Thanos finally lays his eyes on her. No, you won't, Bad Nebula. I swear I will make you proud. Suddenly, Bad Nebula staggers hand to the wall. Gamora, sister, what's... Thanos watches, curious, as Nebula drops to a knee. Suddenly, a hollow projection of Rhodey beams from her. Rhodey hollow. So all we have to do is hang out, wait for this cool guy to show up, and follow him to the Power Stone, right? Nebula, let's take cover. We're not the only ones in this reality looking for the stone. Bad Nebula slumps, breaking the projection. Gamora goes to her, trying to prop her up. Gamora, who was that? Bad Nebula, I don't know. I don't know. My head splitting. Bad Nebula winces. Gamora looks to Thanos. Gamora, her synaptic drive was probably damaged in battle. Thanos, shh. Wait, they saw how shh. Thanos looks down at Bad Nebula. He gently lifts her head with his blade. Something's not right. Thanos, bring her to my ship. Stark Tower, Penthouse, Day. Avengers 1. Tony swoops onto the helipad outside the wrecked penthouse. Stark Tower penthouse day, Avengers 1. The Mind Stone glows in Loki's scepter. Pull back to see it's in Avengers 1 Natasha's hands. As she stands with Avengers 1 Avengers Thor, Steve, Tony, Hulk, Clint, the iconic shot from Avengers 1, all staring down at Loki. Loki, if that's all the same to you, I'll have that drink now. From behind cover, Tony peers at the backside of the Avengers tableau. Tony, Cap, I've got to say that outfit does nothing for your ass. Steve, no one asked you to look, Tony. Reveal Tiny Scott Tony's shoulder. Scott Lang, I think you look great, Cap. As far as I'm concerned, that's America's ass. Avengers 1 Natasha. Who's getting the magic wand? Wait, fix me. Who's getting the magic wand? Shield's coming up now. Tony, balls in play. Heads up to Cap. From hiding Tony's AI. I keep on saying AI. Avengers 1 Natasha from Loki's scepter. Stark Tower hallway day. Steve negotiates an attempt head on the swivel. He heads for an elevator. Tony, Mindstone's on the move. Steve, I'm in position. Stark Tower penthouse day. Avengers 1. Avengers 1 Natasha hands Loki's scepter to Agent Sitwell. He's about to touch the tip when AI Natasha careful with that. Avengers 1 Clint pours himself a drink at Tony's bar. Avengers 1 Clint Barton, unless you want your mind erased and not in a fun way, Sitwell carries the scepter to the service elevator where a strike team waits. Brock Rumlow hits down. Brock Rumlow, we promised to be extra careful. Scott stares at Sitwell and Rumlow. Scott, who are those guys? Who are these guys? Tony, Shield, actually Hydra, but we didn't know that yet. Scott, seriously? Because it's kind of obvious they're bad guys. Tony, you're small, but you're talking loud. Avengers 1 Thor walks Loki past Avengers 1 Steve. Avengers 1 Steve. I'm on my way down to coordination search and rescue. Loki roll his eyes and transforms into a copy of Steve. Loki, I'm on my way down to coordinate search and rescue. I mean, really, how do you keep your food down? Thor slaps a muzzle on Loki, who reverts to his own form. Avengers 1. Thor, yes, that's much better. He steers his brother into the main elevator. Avengers 1 Thor. You coming, Stark? Avengers 1 Tony uses his gauntlet hand to place the Tesseract into an aluminum attached case. Avengers 1 Tony. 1 sec, just packing my lunch. Tony, all right, you're up, little buddy. There's our stone. AI Avengers 1 Tony. To the elevator. Scott takes position, readying himself. Scott Lang. All right, flick me. Tony flicks Scott with the fingers, sending him sailing into the attached case. Tony leaps out of the window, bleeding edge armor forming around him as he falls. Avengers 1 Tony joins the others in the elevator. Then an Avengers 1 Hulk steps up to the already crowded elevator. Avengers smile awkwardly. There's no room. Avengers 1 Hulk angrily. Hulk takes stairs. Stark Tower Day. Tony circles around the building, passing 3 descending service elevators, crowded with Rumlow's strike team. Tony, okay, Cap, I make 10 of them just passing the 80th floor. Steve, got it. Head to the lobby. Tony, already on my way. Stark Tower, services elevator. Day, Avengers 1. Sitwell, Rumlow, and the strike team descend. Agent Sitwell into phone. Evidence secured. We are en route to Dr. List. No hitches at all, Mr. Secretary. The car stops. The doors open, and our Steve gets on. Agent Sitwell, Captain, I thought you were coordinating search and rescue. Steve, change of plans. Steve glanced at Rumlow, who's holding the scepter. Brock Rumlow. Cap. Steve. Rumlow. The doors close. Everyone rides in silence. Tension mounts. Steve, I got a call from Secretary office. I'm going to be running point on the scepter. Behind him, Sitwell and Rumlow exchange a glance. Agent Sitwell, sir, I don't understand. Steve, we've had word there might be an attempt to steal it. Steve reaches for the scepter, but Rumlow holds tight. Brock Rumlow, afraid we can't do that, Cap. We can't allow that, Cap. Agent Sitwell, pulling out his phone, I'll have to check with the director. Steve, no, trust me, it's okay. Steve leans in and drawing them all close. Then he whispers, Steve, Hail Hydra. Their eyes go widen. Stark Tower, 10th floor, Day. Avengers 1. The elevator opens. Steve steps out of the steps out with the scepter. Sitwell and Rumlow stare after him, amazed. The doors close. Steve smiles to himself. Avengers Tower, stairwell, Day, Avengers 1. Avengers 1 Hulk lumbers down the stairs, taking chunks of the corners in the tiny stairwell. He snorts, growing more pissed off. Avengers 1 Hulk, so many stairs. Stark Tower lobby, Day, Avengers 1. Avengers 1 Tony carries the Tesseract case through the lobby found by Avengers 1 Thor and Loki. SWAT troopers clear a path. One turns aside, raising his mask, revealing our Tony. Tony, okay, Tumblina, you're a go. Moving closer on Avengers 1 Tony to see Scott hiding in his hair. Scott Lang. Bombs away. Scott drops beneath Tony's black Sabbath shirt. Tony Stark's shirt. Continuous Avengers 1. Scott slides down Tony's Calvin Klein clavicle to the RT. He sniffs. Scott Lang. Is that Axe potty spray? Tony, yeah, I had a can in the desk for emergencies. Can we focus, please? Scott Lang, I'm going inside you now. Scott, sequences between Avengers 1, Tony's skin, and the RT. Stark Tower lobby, Day, Avengers 1. AI Tony, Avengers 1 Tony, Avengers 1 Thor, and Loki approach the door. Alexander Pierce intercepts them with a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Alexander Pierce, mind if I ask where you're going? Avengers 1 Thursday. We're thinking lunch, then Asgard. And you are? Avengers 1 Tony. Alexander Pierce, he's the guy behind Fury, so don't mess. Behind the guys behind Fury, so don't mess. Alexander Pierce, my friends call me Mr. Secretary. To Thor, I have to ask you to turn in the prisoner over to me. Avengers 1 Thor, Loki will answer to Odin himself. Alexander Pierce, no, he'll answer to us. Odin can have what was left. And we'll need the case back too. That's been SHIELD property for over 70 years. Avengers 1 Tony, I'm not gonna argue who has authority here, but jurisdictionally speaking, we are on Stark property. That is my name on the glass. Alexander Pierce, just give me the case. Across the lobby, Tony observes from behind his SWAT helmet. Tony, move it, Stuart Little. Things are getting dicey out here. Tony Stark, RT Day Avengers 1. Scott studies a tangle of copper wire. Scott Lang, this place is a mess. Finding a wire. You promise you won't die, Tony? You're only giving a mild cardiac rhythma. Scott Lang, that doesn't actually sound minor. Tony sees Pierce reaching for Avengers 1 Tony's case. Tony, windows closing, pull my plug. Scott Lang, here goes. Scott Lang yanks the wire out of its socket in the lobby. Avengers 1 Tony grips his chest. Alexander Pierce Stark. Avengers 1 Tony seizes, dropping the Tesseract case, clatters to the ground. Pierce and Avengers 1 Thor kneel to assist. Alexander Pierce, medic. Avengers 1 Thor Stark, somebody get some help. Is it your chest machine? The lobby buzzes. SHIELD agents running everywhere. In the bustles, Scott slides out of the AI Tony's sleeve. He shoves the Tesseract case harder. It's hard. It spins across the floor right into Tony's hands. Tony walks toward a side door. Tony, meet me in the alley. I'm just gonna grab a slice of famous Ray's. But as Tony passes the stairwell door, Hulk bangs it open, smashes Tony in the face, sending him tumbling. Avengers 1 Hulk bashes his way through the lobby. The Tesseract case hits the floor, popping open. The Tesseract falls out, spinning past Tiny Scott, stopping at Loki's feet. Loki stares at it in disbelief. He glances at Avengers 1 Thor and Pierce giving Avengers 1 Tony for first aid. Then Loki calmly reaches down with his manacled hands, grasps the Tesseract, and teleports away. Scott stares stunned. Scott, that wasn't supposed to happen, was it? Avengers 1 Thor looks up, realizing Avengers 1 Thor, where's Loki? SHIELD teams fan out on alert. Stark Tower, 14th floor, day, Avengers 1. Steve heads down a hall, scepter in hand. Security over speaker, building wide alert. All units target Loki, maximum force. Steve, Tony, what's going on? Tell me you got the cube. Avengers 1 Steve, strike teams clear 40, then work down. Before Steve can hide, Avengers 1 Steve rounds the corner. Steve, oh great. Avengers 1 Steve, disregard. I have eyes on Loki, 14th floor. Steve gently lays the scepter down and pulls off his shield. Steve, I'm not Loki, and I don't want to hurt you. Avengers 1 Steve pulls his shield off his back. Avengers 1 Steve, you're not going to get the chance. Avengers 1 Steve kicks Steve in the face. Steve stumbles. Steve, forgot about that one. They grapple with both their shields. Shields fall to the ground. They both stamp on them simultaneously, flipping the shields back to their arms. Avengers 1 Steve looks impressed. Avengers 1 Steve swings. Steve ducks, hammering him. Avengers 1 Steve wipes the blood from his lips, squaring off. Avengers 1 Steve, I can do this all day. Steve, yeah, I know. They battle on the Avengers 1 Steve tackles Steve, knocking his shield aside, ripping one of the Steve's belt's compartments. The compass falls out, opening to reveal Peggy's picture. Steve goes cold. He picks up the compass, flabbergasted. Avengers 1 Steve, where'd you get this? Steve, PX Camp Lehigh, 1943. Avengers 1 Steve stares at Steve, eyes narrow. Avengers 1 Steve, you've got a lot of nerve. He hammers Steve across the hall. Steve goes skidding. He groans, looking up to see he's inches from the scepter. Avengers 1 Steve moves in. Steve whips around, touching the scepter to A1 Steve's chest. A1 Steve's eyes go black. He freezes. Steve stares, panting. Finally, he picks up the compass from the floor. Then considers Avengers 1 Steve's ass. Steve, that is America's ass. Sanctum Sanctorum roof day. Smart Hulk's body lies slumped on the Adirondack chair, a floppy sun hat covering his face. Ancient One, I wish I could help you, Bruce. The Ancient One waters a rooftop garden. She looks to Astro Banner, who's only just getting used to being see-through. Ancient One, but if I were to give up the Time Stone to help your reality, I'd be dooming my own. Astro Banner, yeah, which all due respect, I'm not sure the science supports that. Ancient One, and yet you're the one currently standing in the middle of high draggies. Banner looks down to see, indeed, he has faced through the middle of the high draggies. He steps out of it. Astro Lady, I just want to borrow your necklace. Ancient One, at what cost? She conjures a magical projection of the Infinity Stone spinning in unison. A tunnel of golden light pours forth. Ancient One, the Infinity Stones create the experience you know as the flow of time. Remove one of the stones, and that flow splits. She plucks the green time stone out of the array. A smaller blackened river branches off from the first. Ancient One, now your timeline might benefit. My new one would definitely not. She gestures. Our camera zooms into the blackened tunnel POV. Hundreds of people run as we fly over a crowded street up to burning Hong Kong Sanctum. Ancient One, in this new branch reality, without our chief weapon against the forces of darkness, our world would be overrun. Moved to see Dormammu in the sky, he opens his mouth back on the roof. The Ancient One plucks one more stone from the Golden River, creating 5 more blackened tributions. Ancient One. Wait, they didn't add the one where she plucks every single one out. Ancient One. For each stone you remove, you'll create a new vulnerable timeline. Millions will suffer. Beat. Now tell me, Doctor, can your science prevent all that? Astral Banner, no, but we can erase it. Astral Banner reaches in and grab the virtual time stones. Astral Banner Astral Banner. Because once we're done with the stones, we can return each one to its own timeline at the moment it was taken. So chronologically, in that reality, the stone never left. He puts the time stone back. The black timeline disappears. The ancient one. You're leaving out the most important part. Through in order to put the stones back, you'd have to survive. Ashwana, I promise. I can't risk the reality on a promise. Ancient one, it is the duty of Sorcerer Supreme to protect the Time Stone. Astral Banner, yeah, then why the hell did Strange give it away? The Ancient One freezes. Ancient One, what did you say? Astral Banner, Strange gave Thanos the Time Stone. Ancient One, willingly? Why? Astral Banner, don't know. Maybe he made a mistake. Ancient One, or I did. The Ancient One looks out over a recovering New York City. Ancient One, Strange is meant to be the best of us. Astral Banner, then he must have had a reason. Ancient One, I fear you may be right. Finally, she waves her hand and whoosh. He retains. Reintegrates. She removes the time stone from the eye, handing it to him. Smart Hulk, thank you. Thank you. Ancient One, I'm counting on you, Bruce. The city behind her, we all are. Sanctuary 2, Day. The Sanctuary looms. The Sanctuary 2, Day. Bad Nebula hangs suspended cables. Suspended cables travel from her brain to a glowing wall of databanks, which silhouette Thanos. He regards her for a moment. Then Thanos run a diagnostic, show me her memory files. At the console, Ebony Maw scans Nebula's information. Nebula's body twitches. Gamora watches torn as soon an alert flashes. Ebony Moss, sir, the file appears entangled. Dawning on him. There's another consensus sharing her network. Another Nebula. That was impossible. Ebony Maw, this duplicate carries a timestamp from 9 years in the future. Thanos, where is this other Nebula? Ebony Maw, in our solar system, on Morag. Thanos, can you access her? Ebony Maw, yes. The two are linked. Thanos peers into a bad Nebula's glassy eyes. Thanos, search the duplicate's memories for Infinity Stones. Ma works the console. Thanos steps aside and Bad Nebula's body quivers. After a beat of beam shoots out of her eye, projecting an image of Avengers compound. Steve, Tony, Rhodey, Scott, Smart Hulk, Rocket, Natasha, Clint, and Thor gather in the living room. Smart Hulk, the stones have been in a lot of places throughout history. Tony, our history. Not all of them are going to be a fun drop-in. Clint Martin, which means we've got to pick our targets. Steve, exactly. Let's start here. Thanos freeze image. The image freezes. Thanos stares, recognizing them. Gamora, Terrans, Thanos, Avengers, unruly wenches. He gestures to a blurry reflection within the hologram. Thanos, what's this reflection? Amplify this small. Ebony Maw zooms in, revealing a reflection of Nebula. Gamora, I don't understand. Two Nebulas? Thanos walks into the hologram, study the faces. Thanos, no, the same Nebula from two different times. Ebony Maw, set course for Morag and scan the duplicate's memories. I want to see everything. Asgard, Palace, Corridor, Day. Thor 2. Frigga walks down a corridor alone. Thor sneaks from column to column. Following her, she pauses, sensing something. Thor hides, then he appears He peers again. Frigga is gone. Then he turns around to find Frigga standing beside him. Thor jumps. Frigga, what are you doing? Thor, mother, what? Nothing. Hello. Frigga, you're better off leaving than sneaking to your brother. His bathroom. His bathroom. What are you wearing? There, I always wear this. It's one of my favorites. Frigga. And what's wrong with your eye? Thor. Oh, that's you remember the bout of Harlequin I took a broadsword to the face? He trails off to a lost staring at his dead mom. Frigga gently lays her hand on his cheek, reading him. Frigga, oh, you're not the Thor I know at all, are you? Yes, I am. Frigga, I was raised by witches, boy. I see with more than eyes, you know that. Eyeing him, I can see the future. Hasn't been kind to you, has it? Thor, I didn't say I was from the future. Frigga, Thor. Frigga gives her son a stern, don't lie to me. Look, Thor stares at his mom a long moment, then he cracks. Thor, I'm totally from the future. Frigga, yes you are. Thor, I need to talk to you, Frigga. We can talk. Frigga grabs Thor by the cloak and yanks him. Asgard Palace, Jane Foster's chamber. Day. Close on pair of modern boots beneath an Asgardian gown tilts up to find Jane Foster. She studies the outfit behind her. Rocket raises the extraction device over its head, about to jab. Asgard Palace, Frigga's chamber. Day. Thor 2. How long have we been live streaming for? I'm curious. How long have we been live streaming for? I can't see. Huh. Confusing. I just want to see. It doesn't say. It's glitched. It says I started 94 seconds ago. Now what? Screw it. I'll do this. Alright, where did I leave off? And then it's done. And then, Chloe found a pair of modern boots beneath the Asgard throne. Tilt to find her. Behind her, Rocket raises the extraction device over his head and about to jab. Sights Thor in her chamber. Thor, and then it was done. His head over there, body over there, and then me in the middle, just an idiot with an axe. Frigga, you're no idiot. You're here, aren't you? Sneaking console from the smartest person in Asgard. Thor, yeah, I guess. Frigga, an idiot. No failure, absolutely. Thor, that's a little harsh. Frigga, quite a colossal one by the sound of it. Thor, okay, maybe just stop talking. Frigga, and you know what that makes you. Just like everyone else. Thor, I'm not supposed to be like everyone else, though. Frigga, everyone fails at who they are supposed to be. Thor, the measure of a person, of a hero, is how well they succeed at being who they are. Thor stares at her, biting back emotions. Thor, I've really missed you, Mom. Asgard Palace corridor, day. Thor 2. Rocket tears down the hall, extraction device in hand. Rocket, I got it. A troop of Thermidor chase after him. Asgard Palace, Frigga's chambers, day. Thor 2. Thor, looks like an observatory. Dark elves will soon attack. Mom, I have to tell you something. Frigga, no son, you don't. You've come to repair your future, not mine. Thor, but your future. Frigga, is none of my business. Thor stares at her torn. Then Rocket races into the room. Rocket. To Frigga. Hi, you must be Mom. To Thor. I got the thing. Come on, we gotta move. Thor looks to Frigga. Thor. I wish we had more time. Frigga. This was a gift. Now go be the man you're meant to be. And eat a salad. Thor smiles. He and Rocket activate their time suite. Rocket 3, 2, Thor. No, wait. Thor dramatically holds out his hand. A long moment passes. Rocket. What am I looking at? Frigga. Sometimes it takes a second. Then Mjolnir sails into her son's hand. She grins proud. Thor revealed still worthy. Mother and son look at each other for the last time. Goodbye, Mom. Frigga, goodbye, son. Then whoosh, the Thor and Rocket disappear. Suddenly the palace rumbles. Frigga looks to the window where a dark elf worship the cloaks. She reaches for a sword. Pray lap, come and get your love. By Redbone. Morag abandoned city. Day Guardians. Critical in red pleather trench coat and headphones dances through the ruins of an alien city. Pull back to Nebula and Rhodey watching from behind a rock. Rhodey, so he's an idiot. Nebula, yes. Quill spins arms out, eyes shut. Then the horizon finally settles. He sees a metal man standing there waiting for him. Quill, oh fuck. Bam. Rhodey decks Quill in the face. Quill drops out cold. Rhodey, sorry about that. I know you guys were teammates and everything. Nebula, do you hear me complaining? Nebula rifles through Quill's sack. She pulls out an electronic lockpick. Rhodey, what is that? Nebula, the tool of a thief. Come on, they see out toward the ruined city. Morag, Temple Vault Day. The Guardians. Where click to huge stone doors slide open, revealing Nebula and Rhodey. She steps in. Rhodey tries to stop her. Rhodey, hang on. This would be about to be the time the spikes come out, and with the skeletons still on them. Nebula, what are you talking about? Rhodey, I'm just saying when you break into a place called the Temple of the Power Stone, there are usually ahead. They see the Power Stone or hovering above its pedestal, surrounded by a web of laser threads. Rhodey, traps and stuff. Nebula steps inside. Okay, don't say I didn't warn you. Rhodey scans the laser web, strategizing. Rhodey, these are protovoltaic lasers on a consistently shifting matrix. Gonna be damn near impossible to neutralize unless we. Suddenly, Nebula reaches her cybernetic arm through the web. She grabs the orb, but when web grips her, frying her for her arm. She pulls out the orb, but she sees Rhodey staring at her blackened claw. Nebula, I wasn't always like this. He said he sees actual emotion somewhere inside her. Favor his exoskeleton leg braces as he softens. Rhodey, yeah, me neither. I guess we do the best with what we've got, huh? She hands him the orb, just the ghost of a smile. Rhodey, let's get out of here. Place gives me the creeps. Sync up. 3, 2, 1. Rhodey taps his cuff, shrinking away. Nebula goes for hers, but her eye rolls back. She collapses, seizing violently, then going still. Her eyes snap open, projecting a hologram of Thanos. Thanos hollow. What's wrong? What's wrong? Sanctuary 2. Interrogation cell. Day. Back in the interrogation cell, Bad Nebula's eye beams in Thanos' lodge, and the Avengers surround a one-armed Thanos. Thanos studies his hollow future self, watching his destiny play out in front of him. Bruce Banner. You murdered trillions. Thanos. You should be grateful. Natasha. Where are all the stones? Thanos smirks, putting the pieces together. Thanos gone, reduced to atoms. Bruce Banner. He used them 2 days ago. I used the stones to destroy the stones. The work is done. It always will be. He steps forward, finishing his own thought. Thanos hollow. I am inevitable. Thanos, I am inevitable. But they didn't say it at the start, did they? I don't know. Thanos nods to Ma, who freezes the program. Thanos walks through the hologram, studying the heroes. Gamora, what did you do to them, Thanos? Nothing yet. Piecing it together. Thanos, they're trying to stop something I'm going to do in our time. They're not trying to stop They're not trying to stop something I'm going to do in our time. They're trying to undo something I've already done in theirs. Gamora, unease. The stones, Thanos, I found them all. I won. Tipped the cosmic scales to balance. Ebony Maw, sir, this is your future. Thanos, my destiny. He stares, mind whirling. He nods, the memory resumes. Rhodey, he's lying. Nebula, my father's many things. A liar is not one of them. Thanos, thank you, daughter. Perhaps I've treated you too. Wump, Thor cuts off Thanos' head. The view lingers as Nebula stares at her dead father. Thanos studies his severed head and smiles. Thanos, and that is destiny fulfilled. Gamora stares, torn, but Ebony Maw fumes on Thanos' behalf. Ebony Maw, sire, your daughter is a traitor. Ebony Maw gestures, cables wrap around Nebula's neck. She awakens, panicked. She looks up at Thanos. Bad Nebula, choking. No, please, father, that's not me. I would never betray you, please. Thanos unwraps the cord. He touches his daughter's face. Thanos, shh, child, I know you. I know, and you'll have the chance to prove it. Morag Temple Vault today. On the floor, Nebula's eyes snap open, horrified. Nebula, he knows. Morag, day, Guardians. Boots pound across the rocks. Nebula ruins flat out desperation, heading for the escape pod. Day. Nebula rushes to the console and opens a communication link. Nebula, Barton, Romanoff, come in. We have a problem. Thanos knows. Suddenly a shadow falls over the pod. Nebula looks out the cockpit window as a traitor beam pulls the entire pod skyward. New York City alley. Avengers 1. In the alley, Steve drops down from the building. He hears a whistle. Tony waves from behind a crashed car. Tony, we've got a problem. Steve huddles with Tony and Scott. Steve, how could you lose it? Tony, what do you want? I got hit in the head with a Hulk. Scott, you said we only had one shot. This was our shot. We shot it. It was 6 stones or nothing. 6 stones. Tony, you're not helping. Scott, you ruined the time heist. Tony, okay. Loki's from Asgard. He's comfortable. There knows the restaurant. It's a safe bet. He visited visit home if we can just grab this Thor and explain the situation. He and I can fly. Steve, Loki could be anywhere in the universe. We'd be old men before we found him. As Steve and Scott debate move in on Tony, mind whirling Steve, what other options did we have on the Tesseract? Scott, whoa, we don't have any other options. We can't go to any other time. No do-over. We've only got one particle left. Each use it now. What's it? That's it. Bye. We don't come back. Steve. But if we don't try, nobody else comes home either. Tony, I got it. There's another way to retake the Tesseract and acquire new particles. To Steve, military installation Garden State. Steve Ito is beginning to understand. Steve, when were they both there? Tony, I have a vaguely exact idea. Steve, how vague? Scott Lang, hang on. What's in New Jersey? Tony, I know they were there, and I know how I know. Steve studies a long moment. Steve, looks like we're improvising. Scott Lang, wait, what are you improvising? Steve hands Scott the staff. Steve, Scott, take this back to the compound. Tony, all right, suits on. Try these coordinates. 04, 07, 1970. Scott Lang, Steve, Cap, and Captain America. Steve, Cap, Captain America. If you do this, and he's wrong, you're not coming back. Steve's and Tony let the weight of that sink in. He's right. Even so, Tony turns to Steve. Tony, you trust me? Steve, I do. They stare at each other, then click. They both hit their cuffs. Then Tony and Steve shrink to nothing. New Jersey Woods Day, 1970. Cue music. Hey Lady Mama, Steppenwolf. A 1970 Oldsmobile motored down a wooden road. The bumper sticker reads, "Enough said." At the wheel, Stanley, 48, long hair, mustache, open shirt, sings along to the radio. Two ladies at his side. He passes by an army base, throwing a peace sign to a guard. Stanley, make love, not war, baby. He roars off, passing a faded sign. U.S. Army, camp length, birthplace of Captain America. Move into the base. Tony, you weren't actually born here, right? Camp Lehigh, day 1970. Soldiers march past. Tony and Steve round the corner. Tony in a lab coat and Steve in a green khakis, low pulled cap, and mirrored sunglasses. Steve, the idea of me was Tony. All right, if I was S.H.I.E.L.D. and I wanted to hide my quasi-fascism black site, where would I hide it? Steve, in plain sight. Steve nods at a man in a gray suits approaching a building station. He opens the door with a retro tech punch card. Tony touches his glasses. He x-rays into the ground, illuminating 20 floors of secret underground base. Camp Lehigh, elevator, day 1970. Muzak plays as Steve and Tony ride down with a female S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. She stares awkwardly at Tony. Steve keeps his hat down. Ding, the door's open. Tony, exits, then turns back to Steve. Tony, good luck with with that mission, Captain. Steve, good luck with your project, Doctor. Tony ducks out. The doors close. The agent turns to Steve. Female shield agent. You new here, Steve? Not exactly. Camp Lehigh Shield Facility Archives. Day 1970. Tony searches high crowded archive shelves. Tony, come on, you little hexahedron. Where are you hiding? Finally, he spots a high-tech safe. He grabs a briefcase. Then Thanos opens a gauntlet. Then Nanos. I said Thanos. Then Nanos a gauntlet frying the safe lock. It opens, revealing the Tesseract. Tony smiles. Tony, you may not know it now, but someday you're going to be a real pain in the ass. Just then, the archive down opens. Howard Stark. Hey, aren't you in there? In here? Tony locks the cube in the briefcase. Just before Howard Stark appears carrying roses and a can of succulent. Tony stares stunned. Howard Stark. Hey, I'm looking for Dr. Zola. You seen him? No, haven't seen a soul. Tony stands in front of his father, overwhelmed. Howard looks at him, a bit suspicious. Howard Stark. I know you. From his pocket, Tony gestures a badge out of nanotech. He holds it out. Tony. Now, sir, just visiting from MIT. Howard Stark. That's so got a name? Tony. Howard Stark. Easy to remember? Tony. Potts. Howard Stark. I'm Howard Stark. Shaking hands. You seem a little green around the gills, Potts. Need some air? Tony. That will be swell. Tony distractedly walks away, leaving the briefcase. Howard Stark. Need the briefcase? Pre-lap a ringing phone. Cap Lehigh Shield Facility PEMS Lab. Day 1970. Close on an ant. A phone continues to ring. Then Hank Pym. Hello? Pull back. The ant crawls in the ant frame on a lab shelf. Steve. Dr. Pym? Hank Pym. That would be the number you called. Pan across to the shelf to a chart of wasp maturations. Steve. This is Captain Stevens from shipping. We have a package for you. Keep panning to a prototype Ant-Man helmet. Hank Pym. So bring it up. Steve. That's the thing, sir. We can't arrive on Hank Pym. Tony in brown hair and lab coat. Hank Pym. Maybe I'm confused. Isn't that your job, Steve? It's just, sir, the box is glowing, and to be honest, a couple of our male guys aren't feeling great. Hank Pym. They didn't open it, did they? Camp Lehigh Shield Facility hallway. A door marked Dr. Henry Pym files open. Hank exits, fumming, brushing past Steve. Steve watches Hank stalk off, then ducks into Hank's lab. Camp Lehigh Shield Facility elevator. Day 1970. Howard and Tony step into an elevator. The door shut. Tony. Sauerkraut and baguette. Big night planned. Howard Stark. Lifting one at a time. My wife is expecting, and too much time at the office. Tony puzzles the dates out in his hands. Tony congratulates Howard Stark. Thanks, Tony. How far along is she? Howard Stark. Gee, I suppose this far. She's at the point where she can't stand the sound of my chewing, so I guess I'll be eating in the pantry again. Tony, I have a little girl. Tony smiles. He's talking about the man he's talking to's to's granddaughter 50 years before she's born. Howard Stark. A girl would be nice. Less chance she'd turn out exactly like me. Tony, would that be so bad? Howard Stark. That's just Let's just say good hasn't always outweighed my own self-interest. The elevator doors open. Camp Lehigh Shield Facility, PIMS Lab. Day 1970. Steve searches Hank's lab, finally opening the fridge to find a tray of brand new PIM particles. Camp Lehigh Shield Facility, hallway, day 1970. Steve exits. I thought that was an exits Hank's lab and heads for the elevator, but it opens, revealing the female agent from earlier with an MP. You've never seen either of these men before. Female agent, no, but I have an eye for this. For this something looked fishy. MP, describe fishy. Female agent, one of them had a hippie beard. MP, we talking Bee Gees or Mungo Jerry? Female shield agent, definitely Mungo Jerry. MP, over walkie-talkie. This is Chesler. We need every available agent to sub-level 6. We have a potential breach. Steve ducks through the nearest door. Camp Lehigh Shield Facility, Peggy's office. Day 1970. Oh, what was that? Steve enters a darkened office. A glass wall separates it from another bullpen. Then he sees something on the desk. He stares, stunned at. Then he sees something. Stunned at two photos. One features Peggy Carter standing with JFK. The other is of skinny Steve. Steve turns the desk nameplate around. Margaret Carter. Steve realizes that even 25 years later, Peggy never forgot about him. Where? Just then, the bullpen door flies open. Lights snap on. Reveals Peggy Carter talking to someone in the hall. Peggy Carter. So send them in. Male agent. They're trying, ma'am, but Braddock's unit has been stopped by lightning strikes. Peggy Carter. Well, for the love of, I'll find the weather projections you call Braddock's and tell them to shelter in place, assuming he's bright enough to come out of the rain. Male agent. Yes, ma'am. Steve stares at her from the darkness, stunned. Peggy rifles through a file cabinet. Peggy Carter. Here we are. She flips through a file, reading in the darkness behind her. Steve approaches. Peggy reads something disturbing. Peggy Carter. Creaky O'Reilly. Sergeant, hang up and call air command. Braddock needs backup immediately. Male agent, ma'am. Peggy Carter. Those aren't lightning strikes he's looking at. She slaps the file closed and hurries out. Steve stares after her a long moment. Camp Lehigh. Howard and Tony approach a waiting limo. Tony, got any names yet? Howard Stark. If it's a boy, my wife thinks El Manzo. Tony, you might let that stew while you've got time. Howard Stark. What are you couple years older than me? Tony, yeah, I guess. Howard Stark, let me ask you a question. When your kid was born, were you nervous? Tony, wildly. Howard Stark, did you feel qualified? Like you had any idea how to successfully operate that thing? Tony, I pieced it together as I went along. I thought about what my dad did. Howard Stark, my old man never met a problem he couldn't solve with a belt. Tony, I tried to hold onto the good stuff. Dad dropped the old pearl here and there. Howard Stark. Like what? Tony, no amount of money ever bought a second of time. Howard Stark. That's good. Smart guy. Tony, he did his best. Howard Stark. I tell you, this kid's not even here yet, but there's nothing I wouldn't do for him. Tony takes this in great gratified. Just then, Edwin Jarvis opens the limo door. Howard Stark. Besides, if I fall down on the fathering job, old Jarvis is ready to pick up the slack. Isn't that right, Edwin Jarvis? Indeed, sir. I shall endeavor to teach the lad the rudiments of judo. Tony smiles at his old friend. As Jarvis gets in the car, Tony notices Steve waiting behind the Jeep. Time to go. Howard turns to shake Tony's hand. Howard Stark, well, good to meet you, Potts. Tony, you're going to be fine, Howard. Howard Stark, thanks. See you again. See you around. Tony, count on it. As he gets in the car, Howard looks to Jarvis. Howard Stark, have you met him before, Edwin Jarvis? We've met a lot of people, sir. Howard Stark seems familiar. Weird beard. Sanctuary 2, space. The Sanctuary 2 cruises anomalously through space. Sanctuary 2, prison cell, day. Whack, Nebula goes tumbling across the floor. She gets to her knees looking up at Bad Nebula, glaring down at her. Bad Nebula, you're weak, Nebula. I'm you, Nebula. Bad Nebula. There's two Nebulas. Shut up. Bad Nebula punches Good Nebula down. What do they call it? Bad Nebula and Good Nebula? They could have just said Bad Nebula and Nebula. Good Nebula groans as Bad Nebula rips off her time-space GPS. Time-space GPS. Then Gamora enters Nebula. Nebula softens, taking in her. I don't know. Once dead sister. Nebula. You could stop this, you know. You want to. Off Gamora's look. Do you see what happens in the future? Thanos finds the Soul Stone. Move in on Gamora wheels turning. Nebula, you want to know what he does how he does that? You want to know what he does to you? Bad Nebula, enough. Bad Nebula smacks her smacks her the hardest yet, then leans in with a jagged instrument of torture. Bad Nebula, you disadjust me, but that doesn't mean you're the useless one, or useless. She pries off the orange panel from Good Nebula's head. Gamora takes in this new development. Sanctuary to Thanos throne room day. Bad Nebula enters to find Thanos on his throne. She hands him Good Nebula's time-space GPS. He smiles. Bad Nebula affixes Good Nebula's orange panel onto her head. Bad Nebula, how do I look? Space. The Benator approaches Vormir. Title, Vormir, 2014. Benator flight deck, space. Natasha and Clint stand on the flight deck staring at the majestic purple planet. Clint Barton, under the different circumstances, this would be totally as awesome. Vormir, day. Clint and Natasha eye the Benator resting on a sand dune. Clint fires a Pym particle. Whoosh, the entire ship disappears. Clint lifts the shrunken Murtaugh and tucks it into his pocket. Clint and Natasha track across the dunes of Vormir towards the mountain. Vormir midway up the mountain. Day. Natasha and Clint climb ragged. They approach an archway. Clint Martin. Really starting to regret my choice here. Natasha, yeah, I'm gonna bet the raccoon didn't have to climb a mountain. Clint Barton, I don't think he's technically a raccoon. Natasha, whatever, he eats garbage. They hear something. They hear something. They whirl weapons up. A hooded figure approaches. Hooded figure. I assure you, you have nothing to fear from me. Clint Barton, creepy. Hooded figure. Welcome, Natasha, daughter of Ivan. Clint, son of Edith. Clint Barton, creepier. Natasha, who are you? Red Skull. Consider me a guide to you and to all who seek the Soul Stone. Natasha. Oh. Wait, where was I? Natasha. Great, you show us your where it is, and you'll be on our way. The figure removes his hood, revealing the red skull. Red skull, lichine if libachine. If only that it were that easy. Vormir, mountaintop day. Start at jagged rocks. Tilt up to see red skull. Natasha and Clint staring down at the down from the altar. Red skull. What you seek lies in front of you, as does what you fear. Natasha, the stone is down there. Red skull. For one of you. For the other, smiling it away. The stone demands a sacrifice. In order to take it, you must leave behind that which you love. Skull points a bony finger down the well. Red skull, a soul for a soul. A soul for a soul. Natasha and Clint stare down at the well, stunned. Red skull stares down the well, robes whipping in the wind. Clint Barton, maybe he's gonna 50 feet away. The Milanos. The monoliths. Natasha and Clint huddle. Natasha, I don't think so. Clint Barton, why? Because he knew your daddy's name. Natasha, I didn't. Off his look. Thanos left here with the stone and without his daughter. You really think that's a coincidence? They both look out at the well, heavy. Natasha, under her breath, whatever it takes. Clint Barton, under his breath, whatever it takes. Natasha goes to Clint, resolved. Natasha, if we don't get to the stone, billions of people are going to stay dead. Clint Barton, then I guess we both know who it has to be. Natasha, yeah, I guess we do. They take each other's hand along goodbye beat. Except, Clint Barton, I'm starting to think we don't mean the same person. Natasha, for the last 5 years I've been trying to do one thing to get to right here. This is all it's been about, bringing everybody back. Clint Barton, do not get all decent on me. Natasha, you think I want to do it? I'm trying to save your life, you idiot. Clint Barton, and I don't want you to. Pete, not Nat. You know what I've done, what I am now. Your life's worth 10 of mine. Natasha, I don't judge people by their worst mistakes. Clint Barton, maybe you should. Natasha, you couldn't. You didn't. That stops him. He looks in her eyes, then down, giving in. Clint Barton, you're a pain in my butt. You know that. She relaxes for the brief moment. Just then, Clint sweeps out her legs, pinning her down. Clint Barton, tell my family I love them. She reverses, sending him tumbling. Natasha, tell them yourself. She fires a widow's bite into his chest and makes a break for it. The cliff. She's halfway there when, boom! An exploding arrow knocks her off her feet. Clint races past her, leaping off edge of the cliff just as she falls. Natasha tackles him in mid-air and they drop, but Natasha shoots her grappling line into the cliff. They slam into the cliffside. She attaches the other end of her grappling line to Clint's belt, saving his life. She slides, but he reaches out and grabs her, saving hers. Clint Barton, damn you! They hang there a long terrible moment. Clint's grasp starts to loosen. Finally, she looks at him in the eye. Natasha, let me go. Clint Barton, no, please no. The two friends stare at each other, a lifetime between them. Natasha, it's okay. Clint Barton, Natasha, no. Then Natasha Romanoff kicks off the cliff wall, yanking out of Clint's grasp. She falls. Clint dangles from the grappling hook, staring down, helpless, stifling. I can't see what this says. His scream, whoosh! The whole world goes white. Vormir, bottom of the mountain. Day. When the light fades, Clint lies floating in space. The camera rotates until he sees it's a reflection of the sky. Clint lies in the pool at the base of the mountain. He sits up and opens his hand to see the soul stone. His eyes well. Avengers compound, hangar, day. The pencil finally clatters to a stop as whoosh, Clint grows into the present alongside the others. Smart Hulk holds up the eye of Agamotto. Scott has the scepter. Rhodey and has the orb. Rocket and Thor the extraction device. And Steve and Tony and Steve the Tesseract. Nebula retracts her time suit. Everyone looks around, exhausted, amazed. Rhodey, are you telling me that actually worked? Smart Hulk, did we get them all? Clint drops to his knees. Steve turns concerned. Steve, Clint, are you okay? Clint stares haunted. Smart Hulk realizes. Smart Hulk, where's Nat? Everyone stares. Where's Nat? Clint looks up at them glassy. Avengers compound, river, dawn. Smart Hulk, eyes red, stands beside a bench on the dock. Behind him, Steve, Tony, Thor, and Clint stare out, grieving. Tony, do we know if she had family? Steve, yeah, us. Thor turns the throne. Thor, why are you guys doing that? Tony, I'm just asking a question. Thor, why are we talking as if she's dead? We have the stones. Bring her back. Come on, stop this. Clint squeezes away tears. Clint Barton, we can't get her back. Thor, that's what's he talking about? Of course we can. Clint Barton, It can't be undone, that's why. Thor, no offense, but they're a very earthly. No offense, but you're a very earthly being. We're talking about space magic here. Seems a little definitive. Don't you think, Clint Barton? Well, I know I'm a little outside my pay grade here, but she still isn't here, is she? Thor, that's my point. Clint Barton, it can't be undone. At least that's what the red floaty guy said. But why don't you talk to him, okay? Why don't you grab your hammer and fly and you go and to that place and talk to him? It can't be undone. It was supposed to be me. She sacrificed her life for that goddamn stone. She bet her life on it. That lands heavily on all of them. A moment passes. Then Smart Hulk hurls the bench into the water. It skips across the surface like a stone. Smart Hulk, she's not coming back. We have to make it worth it. We have to. Steve, we will pull back, leaving our mourners in tableau. Avengers Compound Workshop Day. All 6 Infinity Stones resting behind safety glass. Soon robotic arms enter frame, plucking up the Power Stone. Tony operates the arms as Rocket and Smart Hulk watch. Tony operates the robot arm swinging. I can't speak. The stone over to a new Iron Man gauntlet. Now tech shifts and slides, holding it in place. Smart Hulk releases a deep breath. The completed gauntlet sits in a cradle. 6 Infinity Stones embedded in the back. Pull back to find Scott, Thor, Clint, Rhodey, and Steve watching Tony and Rocket fine-tune the glove. Rocket, all right, the glove's done. The question is, who's gonna snap their freaking fingers? Everyone stares a beat. Then Thor reaches for the gauntlet. Thor, I'll do it. Tony, whoa, what are you doing? Steve, Thor, we haven't decided who's putting it on. Thor, where are you just waiting for the right opportunity? Opportunity, Rocket. Maybe I was getting around to it. Skyline, we should at least discuss it. Thor, staring at the thing isn't gonna bring everybody back, is it? Look, I'm strong. I'm the strongest of ever. It's my responsibility. Fate will is it's so. Tony, hold on. Thor, stop it. Let me do this. Let me do something right. Tony, that thing is channeling enough energy to light up a continent. You're in no condition. Thor, what do you think is coursing through my veins right now? Rhodey, cheese whiz. Thor, lightning. Smart Hulk steps toward the gauntlet. Smart Hulk, lightning will help you, pal. It's gotta be me approaching. You saw what those stones did to Thanos. They almost killed him. None of you could survive, Steve. And how do you know you can? Smart Hulk, we don't know, but the radiation is mostly gamma. It's like I was made for this. The Avengers Compound Hangar Day. The quantum tunnel lies in darkness, then clack. The lights come on, revealing Nebula starting up and waiting machine. Avengers Compound Workshop Day. Smart Hulk studies the gauntlet, the moment of truth. Tony, good to go? Smart Hulk, let's do it. Tony, okay, remember, everyone Thanos snapped away 5 years ago. You're just bringing them back today. Oh, my phone just died. Can't see the stream now. Okay, remember, everyone Thanos snapped away 5 years ago. You're just bringing them back today. Don't change anything from the last 5 years. Got it? Smart Hulk, got it. Pan around as the Avengers are ready themselves. Steve steps forward, shield on his arm. Scott deploys his helmet. Rhodey readies his repulsors. Rocket covers his raccoon junk and hides behind Thor. Tony armors up with then nanos a shield to protect Clint beside him. Tony, Friday, why don't you go ahead and activate barn door protocol? Steel doors slide shut all around the workshop. Finally, Smart Hulk holds up the gauntlet. Smart Hulk, under his breath, everyone's coming home. He slowly slips his hand in the glove. Suddenly, he spasms, taking in the power as Thanos did in ML1. What does ML stand for? I don't know. He struggles. Thor, what's happening? Take it off, Steve. Bruce, you okay? Tony, talk to me, Banner. Smart Hulk, I'm okay. Then Smart Hulk reaches out his hand and snaps his fingers. Crack. The stones flare. A bright surge of energy races up Smart Hulk's arm. He roars as his eyes blaze green. A blast waits out the screen. Avengers Compound Hangar Day. Nebula studies the quantum console. She takes off her glove, revealing a perfectly intact arm. This is bad, Nebula. She opens a panel in her arm, snakes out a cable and jacks into the console. The quantum tunnel boots up as she hurries away. Avengers Compound Day. From high overhead, we see the time energy signature shoot from the hangar. On the ominous ripple warps across the sky. Avengers Compound Workshop Day. Whoosh, everything comes back into view. The gauntlet falls off, rolling across the floor. Smart Hulk collapses, arm withered, side burnt. Black, everyone rushes over. Steve catches Smart Hulk's pulse. Steve, Bruce, Tony, don't move him. Then the blast doors open, revealing the sound of chirping. Scott walks toward the courtyard. Smart Hulk's eyes clear. He grasps Steve's arm. Smart Hulk, did it work? They pause, as if it only just now occurred to them. Just then, a cell phone buzzes. A stunned Clint turns and approaches his phone. On the home screen, we see a photo of his wife, Laura, calling. Clint finally puts the phone to his ear. Clint, honey. At the window, Scott stares at a bird feeder. Dozens of cardinals and finches nibble on the seed. Scott Lang, guys, I think it. Boom! The building explodes. The breeze swallows the camera. Avengers Compound Day. A mushroom cloud billows over Avengers Compound. Avengers Compound Crater Day. Nothing moves. The smoke clears, revealing a bombed-out crater. A mile wide. Avengers Compound has been destroyed. Then the light changes and the sanctuary party, the cloudy, it hovers over the ruins. Where did I? Oh crap! Where did I leave off? Bombed over a crater. Avengers Compound has been destroyed. And then the light changes in the sanctuary parts and ruins like a vulture. An energy beam drops to the ground, releasing Thanos' Thanos flanked by a squad of Outriders. The Mad Titan looks around at the devastation he was wrought. Thanos, intercom, daughter, Bad Nebula. Yes, father. Out of the smoke walks Bad Nebula, bruised and dirty. Thanos, so this is the future. Well done. She tears off the orange head plate. Bad Nebula, thank you, father. They suspected nothing. Thanos, the Oregon, the arrogant never do. The arrogant never do. Thanos takes off his helmet, staring up at the crater's edge. Thanos, go find the stones. Bring them to me. Bad Nebula, what will you do? Thanos, wait. The underground garage ruins. Day. The underground garage lies half collapsed. Smart Hulk grits his teeth, holding up the ceiling with one good arm. His other arm burnt and lifeless. Below Rhodey lies in the rubble, War Machine suit sparking. Rhodey, canopy. Rhodey's suit ratchets open. He hauls himself free to see Rocket trapped under rubble. As he crawls to him, the ceiling rumbles. Smart Hulk wavers, muscles quivering. Rhodey, Mayday, Tony, Cap, does anybody hear me? He finally reaches Rocket. Rocket wheezes in pain. Rhodey, hang on. Rhodey wedges a piece of rebar into the debris. He heavies, finally managing to lever it off of Rocket. Then the cracked ceiling gives way, and millions of gallons of river water rush in. Rhodey tries to keep his head above water. Rhodey, Mayday, we are taking on water. Tool shop, ruins. Day. Clothes on Scott Lang, lying in silver metal floor. Rhodey overcome. Anyone, Mayday. Scott groans coming to. Scott Lang, wait, what? Reveals tiny Scott lying in the ruins of the armory on the Iron Patriot helmet. Rocket, tell him to hurry. To hurry. Messes up. Rhodey trapped, drowning in no time. Scott jumps to his feet. Scott Lang. No, wait, I'm here. Scott spots water trickling through the cracked floor. Access tunnel. Day. Water drips from a hole in the floor for an access tunnel onto Clint Barton lying face down. He groans. He opens his hand to find his cell phone. His wife smiles on the screen. Laura, one missed call. Clint stares amazed. He winced, finding he's been lying atop the gauntlet. It's bashed out of shape, but all 6 stones still gleam. Clint Barton, intercom. Cap, Stark, anyone? Static. Then he hears a scraping sound. Talons of cement. He peers down a darkened tunnel, then unshoulders his bow. He looses a flare arrow, revealing dozens of Outriders scrambling along the walls and ceiling. Clint grabs the gauntlet and runs. The creatures give chase. Avengers compound lab ruins. Day. Fire's shoulder smolders beneath the collapsed ceiling of I can't speak. Move through smoke to find Steve out cold. Someone shakes him. Tony, you lose this again. I'm keeping it. Steve, what happened? Tony, told you we messed with time. Time messed back. Woozy. Steve follows Tony through the ruins of the lab. Steve, where are the others? Tony, I read life signs, maybe 800 feet down, but it's hard to tell. They reach the edge of the crater there, where Thor looks down at Thanos sitting on a rock, waiting. Tony, what's he been doing? Thor, absolutely nothing. The three of them stare a long moment, then, as if sensing them, Thanos turns his head and looks their way. Steve, Tony, yeah. Steve, where are the stones? Tony, somewhere under all this. All I know is he doesn't have them. Steve, so we keep it that way. That lands. This is their chance. Thor, you know it's a trap. Tony deploys his armor. Tony, I don't think I care. Just so we're all in agreement. Thor holds out his hands. Mjolnir flies into it. He holds out his other hand. Stormbreaker slaps into his palm. Crack, lightning strikes as he's covered in cape and armor. Thor, let's kill him properly this time. Avengers compound, crater, day. Thanos sits on his rock contemplative. Thanos, you could not live with your own failure. And where did you bring you? Where did that bring you? Right back to me. Tony approaches, wary as if sneaking up on a rabbit dog. Steve and Thor fan out and on either side. Thanos, I thought by eliminating half of life the other would thrive, but you've shown me that's impossible. Life clings to the past with bloody fingernails. As long as there are those who remember that was, there will be those unable to accept that can be. They will resist. Tony, yep, you're all kinds of stubborn. I'm thankful because now what I must do. Because now I know what I must do. Thanos reaches for his helmet. I will shred this universe down to its last atom. Thanos, and then with the stones you've collected for me, create a new one, teeming with life that knows not what it has lost, but only what it has been given, a grateful universe. Steve, born out of blood. Thanos studies Steve as if seeing him for the first time. Thanos, they'll never know it. Thanos draws a blade of his back, towering over them. Thanos, because you won't be alive to tell them. Tony glances over at Steve. Ready. Steve nods. Just as Thor charges, Thanos wham! All three Avengers attack using their skills in concert. Thanos stumbles on his heels. The heroes punish him relentless. Pull up through the haze to Sanctuary 2. Interrogation cell, day. Nebula huddles alone in a prison cell. After a beat, the doors retract open. She stares into the shadows. Nebula, what do you want? Gamora steps into the cell. The two sisters from different eras stare at each other. Gamora, in the future, what happens to you and me? Nebula, I try to kill you several times, but eventually we become friends. Become sisters. Gamora, that's hard to believe. Nebula, a lot of things that happen will be hard to believe. Gamora nearly smiles. She takes a long look at Nebula. Finally, she holds out her hand. Gamora, come on, we can still stop him. Nebula takes a deciding moment, then she grabs Gamora's hand. One sister pulls the other to her feet. Underground garage ruins. Day. Smart Hulk strains against the ceiling. Rhodey hangs onto a pipe as the water rises. Smart Hulk, Rhodey, Rocket, get out of here. Save yourselves. Rocket services from below, gasping. Rocket, no good. Couldn't even find a hole small enough to abandon you through. Suddenly, Smart Hulk snarls in pain as the ceiling drops a foot. His legs buckle as he struggles against the weight. Finally, he sets his jaw and straights his legs. Smart Hulk, arg. Avengers compound, crater, continuous. The building rights itself, leveling out. The Avengers compound ruins. Day. A raging river roars through the ruins after a beat. Scott Lang zooms past riding a plastic bottle. Rhodey, mayday, mayday. Scott Lang, hang on, I'm coming. Shriek, access tunnel. Day, shrieking outwards to. Wait, where was I? Outwards, shrieking outwards, chase Martin through the tunnels. Clint affixes arrow charges to the walls as he runs. Just as the Outriders are about to overtake him, Clint hits a button and his bow detonates the charges, bringing the roof down on top of the riders. Clint rolls, coming up directly underneath the vertical shaft. A cluster of Outriders escape the collapse, lunging for him. Clint shoots a grappling arrow up the shaft, ascending, but so do the Outriders, skittering up the sides. Clint draws his katana, slashing the aliens just as. Access tunnel upper chambers continuous. He tumbles into where was I? Into the upper chamber. He gasps safe. Then he looks up to see Nebula looming over him. Clint Barton. Oh hey, I know you. She gently takes the gauntlet. Bad Nebula. Father, I have the stones. Clint Barton. What? Clint tries to get up, but Nebula puts a boot on his chest and a blaster to his head. Gamora, stop. Covering Clint, Bad Nebula turns to see Gamora. Gun raised. Bad Nebula, you're betraying us. Gamora, not you. Good Nebula steps from the shadows, hands raised, plactating. Bad Nebula stares at her future self. Nebula, we don't have to do this. Bad Nebula, I am this. Gamora, no you're not. Good Nebula takes a tiny step forward. She taps her head. Nebula, you've seen what we've become. Gamora, sister, listen to her. Bad Nebula, shut up, you're a traitor. Nebula, you can change. Bad Nebula struggles, her face a twisted grimace. Bad Nebula, he won't let me. Bad Nebula fires at Gamora just as Good Nebula draws a gun and shoots her down. Bad Nebula drops. Good Nebula stares at her dead younger self. Conflicted, Clint picks up the gauntlet, very, very confused. Clint Barton, I'm not even gonna ask. Avengers compound crater. Day. Tony's HUD. Tony glares right at us as Thor smashes his hammer against hurling lightning into the back of the Iron Man suit. Tony sends the resulting overload at Thanos But Thanos propels his blade holding back the blast. Thor uses Stormbreaker to bat Mjolnir at Thanos. Thanos snatches Tony by the ankle and uses him as a shield against the oncoming hammer. Whack. Mjolnir plows into the dirt. Tony goes tumbling out cold. Tony's HUD. Friday tries to revive him. Friday. Boss, wake up. Underground garage ruins day. Rocket, Rhodey, and Smart Hulk gulp air inches from the ceiling, facing the end. Rhodey glances over at Smart Hulk. Rhodey, see you on the other side, man. They take a last breath, then the water hits the ceiling. Avengers compound, crater day. Steve slashes at Thanos, but the Titan brutally bats him aside. Thor attacks, but Thanos drives him through walls of debris. Thanos smashes his fist into Thor's face over and over. Thor calls for Stormbreaker, but Thanos intercepts it. He presses. Wait, I just got lost. Presses the blade into Thor's chest, trying to drive it home. Then across the field, Mjolnir rises into the air. Thanos grins, about to finish Thor off, when Mjolnir flies in, knocking the axe out of his hand. Following the hammer as it flies, back to the only other man worthy enough to wield it, Steve Rogers. Have consensus, Thor sees. Have consensus. Thor sees Steve holding Mjolnir. Thor, I knew it. Steve attacks, cracking Thanos in the jaw. Thanos tumbling before the Titan can get up. Steve calls down the lightning and sends it crackling into Thanos' body. Steve leaps, trying to finish Thanos off, but Thanos rolls aside, headbutting Steve backwards. Thanos gets to his feet and faint smiling on his face. He whips off his helmet and attacks Steve with his blade. Blow after blow. It's all Steve can do to get his shield up. Thanos hacks the shield to pieces, finally knocking Steve Rogers across the field. Steve lies beaten, half of his shield still attached to his arm. Thanos, in all my years of conquest. Thanos looks at the tiny humans struggling to stand. Thanos, of violence and slaughter. It was never personal. Thanos gestures behind him. A rumble echoes. Thousands of aliens ring the lip of the crater. The Black Order leads the platoon of Chitauri, Scarans, and Outriders. Thanos, but I'll tell you now the things I'm about to do to your stubborn, annoying little planet. Cue ships, drop ships, necrocrafts, and leviathans buzz above. Thanos, I'm going to enjoy it very, very much. Steve stares at Thanos and his army, and even in the face of such overwhelming odds, he gets to his feet. Thanos stares almost sad as Steve tightens his broken shield on his arm and starts walking towards him. One man against thousands all alone, but just then Steve's comm crackles. He strains to hear the comms crackle again. He can make a muffled voice on comm. Steve shakes his head, trying to clear it. Slowly sound returns, and then the words ring clear. Samuelson, Cap, on your left. Pull back to see a portal opening in the distance of its flies. Sam Wilson. Steve watches Sam soar over the field, then turns as even more portals open. From one, Doctor Strange, Peter Quill, Drax, Mantis, Peter Parker, and Kraglin, the Ravagers. From another, T'Challa, Okoye, Shuri, M'Baku, Wanda, Bucky, Groot, and the Wakandan army. From a third, Valkyrie, Korg, Meek, and the Asgardian army. From a fourth, Pepper Potts in the rescue armor. Hope Van Dyne and Wong leading a squad of sorcerers. Thor gets to his feet, calling Stormbreaker to his hand as Tony regains consciousness, staring out of cavalry. I think that's what it said. Wong and Strange quickly find each other. Doctor Strange, is that everyone? Wong, what, you wanted more? Then the ground shakes and rumbles, explode upwards, and as Giant Man bursts from below, scuttling top floor, everybody out. He opens his huge hand, releasing Rocket, Smart Hulk, and Rhodey, now in his cosmic Iron Patriot armor. Steve takes in his reinforcements, then stares out at Thanos. Pan across, or heroes, as Steve calls Mjolnir to his hand. Steve, Avengers, assemble. Thor lets loose a battle cry as he charges over everyone. Follows suit as our heroes fled the field. Across the way, Thanos smiles and points his blade to mighty armies race toward each other until clash. Giant Man slugs a Leviathan in the jaw. Drax launches himself onto a Kull currently choking the life out of Korg. Tony blasts over, rescue joins him. Together they strafe the field. Steve and Thor fight together. Both hold out their hands. Stormbreaker returns to Steve and Mjolnir returns to Thor. Who frowns? Thor, no, you have the little one. Elsewhere, Tony battles several Kulls. One knocks him to an outrider who's about to rip his armor off. When Peter Parker webs the outrider, yanking him into the path of Giant Man's foot. Squish. Tony stares at Peter emotionally. They retract their helmets. Mr. Stark, holy cow, you would not believe what's been going on. Do you remember when we were in space and I got all dusty? I must have passed out because I woke up and you weren't there. But Doctor Strange was and he was like, it's been 5 years. They need us. And they started doing the yellow sparkly thing he does. But Tony just wraps his arms around him, smashing Peter's face into his chest plate. Peter Parker muffled. Oh, this is nice. Across the field, Quill flies, firing down on Skarian soldiers. One leaps off on outcropping, tackling Quill into a wrecked fuel sludge, where another Skarian awaits. Quill drops one, but the other raises his weapon to strike them. Then blam! The Skarian drops dead on top of Quill. He pushes the body off to see Gamora. Blaster still smoking. Quill stares amazed. Quill, Gamora? He approaches, overwhelmed, emotional. Quill, I thought I lost you. He tenderly strokes her face, and she knees him in the nuts. Twice. He goes down gasping. Quill, you missed the first time, and then got them both the second time. She stares down at him as Nebula joins her. Gamora, this is the one? Seriously? Nebula, your choices were him or a tree. Across the field, Clint runs with the gauntlet, pursued by a Chitauri ape. Just before the ape tramples Clint, Sam swoops in, cutting the creature down. Clint runs on the hero's Confer over comms. Clipboard. What the heck? What do you want me to do with this thing? Steve, get those stones as far away as possible. Steve is Smart Hulk. No, we need to send them back where they came from. Tony, there's no way to send them back. Thanos destroyed our time machine. Scarling, hold on. Shrinking to normal size, that wasn't our only time machine. Okay, just to fix that, I feel like it's crooked. Hold on. Shrinking to normal size. That wasn't our only time machine. He clicks the keys to Luis's van from distance where he hears Steve immediately gets it. Steve does anyone see an ugly brown van out there? Above, Valkyrie scans the field on her Pegasus. Valkyrie, yeah, but you're not gonna like where it's parked. Luis's van sits surrounded by thousands of aliens deep behind enemy lines. Steve surveys the field, and an army stands between them from them and the van. Air and ground choked with enemies. Tony, Scott, how long do you need to get that thing working? Scotland, maybe like 10 minutes. Steve, get it started. We'll get the stones to you. Oh, Van Dyne, we're on it, Cap. Scott glances at her. Cap, they shrink down and fly away. Tony flies up to Doctor Strange, hovering. Tony, Doc, you said we win 1 in 14 million. Is this how it goes down? Doctor Strange, if I tell you what happens, it won't happen. Tony, you better be right. Tony rockets away. Strange coolly watches him go across the field. Ebony Maw rushes to Thanos. Ebony Maw, sire, the stones. Thanos turns to see the Clint fighting through the horde, carrying the gauntlet. A call hammers Clint, but then T'Challa slashes the call. T'Challa, Clint, give it to me. Clint hands the gauntlet to T'Challa, who tucks it and runs across the field. Scott and Hope fly over a long platform of Chitauri towards Luis's van. Continuous. They grow to normal sized in the front seat out of the windshield. Thanos' horde charges at their friends. Scotland, dinging around. Ignition's broke. I'll have to hotwire it. Hope and Van Dyne. Wait, you know how to do that? Scott splices wire, sparks fly. Scotland, I was in prison. I know how to do a lot of things. Avengers compound crater day. T'Challa races through the horde, but then Thanos knocks him off his feet. The gauntlet goes tumbling as Thanos moves in on T'Challa. All around, wreckage begins to float. Thanos looks up to see Wanda hovering in the air, waiting for him. Wanda, you took everything from me. Thanos takes the blade off his back. Thanos, I don't even know who you are. Wanda, you will. Wanda unleashes a storm of red energy, hurling wreckage at him. As Thanos fights his way through it, T'Challa dives from the fallen gauntlet. Suddenly, Ebony Maw, many people, the earth pulling the gauntlet toward him. T'Challa wraps himself around the glove, getting dragged. Peter Parker, I got it. T'Challa turns to see Peter whizzing past. He hurls the gauntlet thwip. Peter snatches it out of the air. He lands only to find himself surrounded by Outriders. Peter Parker, activate instant kill. His robotic arms slash with expert precision. Across the field, Wanda lifts Thanos into the air, rips his armor off in pieces, then slams him back into the ground. Thanos groans outmatched. Thanos. Rain fire, wipe them all out. Corvus Glaive fights Groot. Corvus Glaive. But sire, our troops. Thanos. Just do it. High tech, the sanctuary to descends cannons opening up. Below, Wanda looks up, raising a force field just as the Sanctuary 2 fires down with everything. It has Scarans and Jabbery alike go flying as every square inch gets hit. The barrage hammers the riverbank. Cracks form. Pepper cuts down an alien, then spots something off screen. Pepper Potts. Is anyone else seeing this? Tony, Smart Hulk, and Gamora turn to see what water gushing as the river threatens to collapse. Suddenly, Strange and Wong conjure two huge runs. I don't know what this is. Shields to shore up the bank. More wizards join, creating a huge run. Levy. The Sanctuary 2 maintains the barrage. Across the field, Steve spots Peter Parker gradually being overwhelmed by Outriders. Peter Parker, I got this. I don't got this. Steve, hey Queens, head up. Steve hurls Mjolnir over the throng. Peter webs on, letting the hammer pull him out of danger. A mortal blast knocks him out of the sky, but Pepper Potts rescues him. Pepper Potts, hang on, kid, I've got you. She drags him above the fray, then tosses him to Valkyrie. Flying past, Peter perches atop Pegasus. Peter Parker, hey, nice to meet you, Ark. Valkyrie spurs into high gear, dodging cannon fire, but not fast enough. A blast knocks Peter to the ground. He gasps, covered in debris, still clutching the gauntlet. All around the field, the relentless barrage pins down our heroes. All hope is lost. Rocket and Groot dive for cover. Groot warps his branches around them both. Rocket, at least we're going out together this time. Suddenly, everything goes silent. Rocket peers out from cover to the cannons sweeping up towards the clouds. Sam Wilson flies overhead. Sam Wilson, what the hell is this? Tony's HUD. Tony flies overhead, searching upward. Tony, Friday, what are they firing at? Friday, something's entered the upper atmosphere. Rocket looks up looks up at a comet heading straight for Earth. Groot, nervous. I am Groot. Rocket grins, knowing that's coming. What's coming? Rocket, just wait for it. Suddenly, the comet veers right toward the ship. Boom, and the comet tears through the sanctuary right out the other side, revealing Carol Danvers. Rocket, oh yeah. Carol glows brighter as she goes binary rocketing again through the hull. Boom, the ship lists engines exploding. Carol eyes the battlefield, exhausted, light fading. Steve, Danvers, we're gonna need an assist here. Carol Danvers, into comm under Rogers. Van Day. Scott twists wires on the quantum tunnel, hot wiring it. Scott Lang, I'm almost there. Where's the glove? Crater Day. Carol lands in front of a dazed Peter Parker who still holds the gauntlet tight. He looks up confused. Peter Parker. Hey, I'm Peter Parker. Carol Danvers. Hey, Peter Parker. You got something for me? Peter hands it over, staring out at the approaching horde. Peter Parker, I don't know how you're gonna get through all of that. Wanda, don't worry, kid. Peter turns to see Wanda, Okoye, Gamora, Nebula, Valkyrie, Hope, and Shuri waiting. Wanda's hands begin to glow. Okoye, she's got help. Carol glances at Pepper, and Mantis then tucks the gauntlet under her arm and leads them out at the ridge. Thanos spots the woman of Marvel blasting through his troops. He tracks their path into the van. Scott kicks the rear doors open, exposing the quantum tunnel. Scott Lang. 30 seconds. Thanos understands immediately. He grabs Proxima's midnight spear from her and stares running across the field. Ebony Maw sends Wanda tumbling, but Shuri blasts him out of the sky. Obsidian, or Black Dwarf, hammers Valkyrie, but Nebula takes him out. Carol keeps going. Gauntlet tucked under her arm, getting closer and closer to the van, where the quantum realm tunnel bursts to life. Across the field, grounded heroes look up to see Carol now just yards away from the goal. She puts her head down, flying for all she's worth, but just as she reaches the gaping van, Thanos throws the spear. Boom! The van explodes, sending Scott and Carol flying, taking out some of the wizards holding back the river. Thanos catches Proxima's returning spear. Time slows as Steve, Thor, and Tony spot the gauntlet lying unguarded in the dirt. The problem is, so does Thanos. Time resuming as they all scramble for the stones. They collide. Thanos snatches up the gauntlet, kicking Thor down. Thanos knocks Tony aside, then squeezes his crushed gauntlet, popping it open. Just wide enough to put his hand inside. Steve lunges, but Thanos throttles him. Finally clear, Thanos slips on the gauntlet, but before he can snap, Carol arrives. She grabs the glove, preventing him from closing his fist. He headbutts her, but she doesn't move. Carol presses Thanos down, but before he falls, Thanos pulls the Power Stone from its housing and punches Carol, sending her flying. The field goes quiet. Now nothing stands in Thanos' way. Tony gets to his knees, realizing the Avengers are going to lose. Across the field, water starts to spill into the crater. Strange holds up a single finger. 1. Across the field, Thanos returns the Power Stone to the gauntlet, just as the energy surge through him. Tony lunges for the gauntlet in Thanos' hand, Nano clamping it in a vice. Thanos knocks him aside. He lifts his hand in the air, triumphed. Thanos, I am inevitable. Thanos snaps his fingers, but nothing happens. Confused, Thanos turns to the glove to find the stones are gone. He looks to see Tony, nanoparticles sliding and shifting, forming a new gauntlet on his own wrist. Complete with 6 Infinity Stones. Power surges through Tony, excruciating, but he still lifts his hand. Tony, and I am Iron Man. And snaps. Whoosh, the tidal wave evaporates into mist all around the field. Scarens and Outriders fold in themselves. Atoms disintegrating. Thanos looks around, watching his troops disappear. Ships vanish from the sky. Shatari all blow away, leaving Thanos standing alone. After a long moment, he sits down on a rock and accepts his fate. He watches as he his atoms dissolve. And finally, Thanos disappears. Across the field, Quill turns to Gamora, finds her gone. Quill, babe, Gamora. Across the field, Tony Stark falls back against the upturned roots of a tree. Armor smoking, arm wither and blacked, dying. Rhodey rushes to him, but with one look, he knows it's too late. Tony exhales, almost letting go. Then Peter Parker lands, kneeling, taking Tony's hand. Here, Mr. Stark? Tony? It's okay. It's okay. Mr. Stark, we won. We did, sir. But Tony gazes past him. Rhodey puts his hand on Peter's shoulder, guiding him away. As Pepper arrives, she kneels heartsick. Pepper, hey Friday, what have we got? Friday, life functions critical. Pepper stares into her husband's eyes and knows. Pepper, Tony, look at me. We're going to be okay. He stares at him, tears welling. I'm sorry. She touches his face, then leans to kiss him. Pepper Potts, you can rest now. When she pulls back, she sees his eyes fixed and glassy. Everything goes quiet. All around, our heroes gathered, the full weight of what's happening dawning on them. Tony Stark is gone. Fade to black. High school, New York City, night. Peter Parker enters a hallway teeming with students. He searches the crowd, finally finding Ned Leeds as they embrace. San Francisco, night. Fireworks explode over the skyline of San Francisco. Everybody wants a happy ending. Tony, everyone wants a happy ending, but it doesn't always happen. It doesn't always roll that way. Maybe this time. On Cassie's porch, Scott watches with Hope and Cassie. All of them grin. Barton home, front porch day. Two bikes lean on the porch of the Barton farm. Then the front door opens, and Cooper and Lily Barton step out. Tony, I'm hoping if you play this back, it's in celebration. Tony, I hope families are united. I hope we get it back in something like a normal version of the planet has been restored if there was such a thing. She looks up at a Quinjet descending from the sky. Wakanda, sunset. On the palace balcony, T'Challa embraces his mother, Ramonda. Shuri turns from them to the magnificent sunset. Tony. God, what a world universe now. If you told me 10 years ago that we weren't alone, let alone to this extent, I probably would have been surprised. But come on. Barton home day. The Quinjet touches down. The rear jump door opens, revealing Clint. He stares at Lila and Cooper, overwhelmed. Tony. Who knew what an epic forces of darkness and light would come into play? For better or worse, that's the reality our children get to grow up in. They throw themselves into his arms. He kisses their heads, tears in his eyes. Finally, he looks up to see Laura Barton beaming tearful, holding their year-old Nathaniel's hand. Clint gathers them all into a hug. Stark Eco Compound living room day. A hologram of Tony projects from an Iron Man helmet on the table. That's why I thought I'd probably better record a little greeting in case of an untimely death on my part. I mean, death at any time is untimely, but this time travel thing we're going to try and pull off tomorrow has me scratching my head about the survivability of it all. But that's the hero right? Part of the journey is the end. Reverse to find Pepper, Morgan, Happy Hogan, Rhodey, Thor, Steve, Smart Hulk, and Clint, all dressed in black, watching Tony. What I am even tripping for, everything is going to work out exactly the way it's supposed to. Hollow Tony seems to look out at the gathered heroes, and Morgan in particular. Tony, I love you 3000. He switches off the camera, vanishing, tears streaming. Pepper kisses Morgan's forehead. Stark eco compound backstairs. Day. Pepper and Morgan slowly descend the stairs, carrying an RT ring with flowers. The Avengers follow somber. Stark eco compound. Lakeside. Day. Pepper rests the flowers on the water, close on the RT, proof that Tony Stark has a heart. Pull back, past Morgan, and Happy Hogan, past Steve, Sam, Rhodey, and Wanda, past Clint, Laura, Lila, I said Lily, Cooper and Nathaniel, past Thor and Smart Hulk, past Scott, Hope, Hank, and Janet Van Dyne, past Peter Parker and Aunt May, past T'Challa, Okoye, and Shuri, past Strange and Wong, past Quill, Nebula, Groot, Mantis, and Rocket, past Bucky Barnes, past Secretary Ross, and Harley Keener, past Maria Hill, Carol Danvers, and finally Nick Fury. The mourners move to the edge of the lake. Stark eco compound, Lakeside. Day. Later, Clint looks out at the lake. Wanda approaches Clint. I wish there was some way I could let her know that we won, that we did it. Wanda. She knows, they both do. Clint puts his arm around her. They stare out at the water. Stark eco compound, porch, backstairs. Day. On the porch, Happy Hogan holds Morgan's hand. Happy Hogan, how are you doing, Squirt? You hungry? Morgan Stark, Happy Hogan, what do you want? Morgan Stark, cheeseburgers. Happy takes a beat, choked up, like father, like daughter. Happy Hogan, did you know your dad liked cheeseburgers? Morgan Stark, no, I did not know that. Happy Hogan, I'm going to get you all the cheeseburgers you want. New Asgard, Hillside. Day. Thor and Valkyrie look down on New Asgard. Valkyrie, so when can we expect you back? Thor, about that. Valkyrie, Thor, your people need a king. They already have one, and she's a far better king than I could ever be. Valkyrie, are you serious? Thor, it's time to be who I am rather than who I'm supposed to be. And a leader is who you are. She processes this. Does she want it? She does. Valkyrie, you know I'd make a lot of changes right here. Thor, I'm counting on it, Your Majesty. Emotional, Val finally shakes his hand. Valkyrie, what will you do? Thor, I'm not entirely sure. For the first time in 1,000 years, I have no path. But I do have a ride. Reveal the Benator parked behind them, Rocket alongside. Rocket, move it along, move it or lose it, hairbag. Benator, Day. Thor drops his duffel bag on the deck of the Benator. Quill, Mantis, Drax, Nebula, and Rocket ready the engines. Thor, home sweet home, tree. Good to see you. As guardians of the galaxy together again. He settles beside Quill, who hollow maps their course. Thor, all right, where to first? He swipes through images on the screen. Quill, you know I'm still in charge here, right? Thor, of course. Thor swipes the map again. Quill. See, when you keep swiping my map, that sounds like you sounds kind of like, of course I know you think you're still in charge. Thor. Kual. That's your own insecurities bubbling up. Drax, you should fight one another for honor of leadership. Nebula, sounds fair. Quill, that's not necessary. Rocket, I've got some blasters right here unless you want to use knives. Mantis, ooh, yes, please, use knives. Quill, no one's using knives. Groot, I am Groot. Quill and Thor exchange nervous laughter. Thor, there'll be no knifing, young Quill. Today, everyone knows who is in charge. A long, awkward moment passes. Quill, me. Soda to Thor, right? Thor just smiles. New Asgard hillside, day. The ship rises, whooshing. It makes the jump and disappears. Avengers compound, he ruins. Day. Construction crews remove rubble from Avengers compound. Command tent stands in a clearing beside a new quantum tunnel. As Steve, Sam, and Bucky wait, Smart Hulk makes last-minute adjustments. He finally opens a case. The 6 Infinity Stones glow inside. Smart Hulk, remember you'll have to return the stones to the exact moment they were taken. Otherwise, you're still looking at a whole bunch of nasty alternate realities. Steve, got it. I'll clip all the branches. Steve takes the case. Smart Hulk, you know I tried when I had the gauntlet. I really tried to bring her back. I miss her. Steve, me too. Smart Hulk, you better get going. We're almost ready for you. Steve and Sam approach the platform. Sam Wilson. You look a little nervous going by yourself. Ask nicely. I'll go with you. Steve, you're a good man, Sam, but this is one's on me. When Steve reaches the platform, Bucky stops him, pointed. Steve, don't do anything stupid till I get back. Okay? Bucky Barnes, how can I? You're taking all the stupid with you. Steve grins. Bucky gives him a long hug. Bucky Barnes, I'm gonna miss you, buddy. Steve, I'm gonna miss. It's going to be okay, Buck. Steve picks up Mjolnir and takes his place on the platform. Sam looks to Smart Hulk at the console. Sam Wilson, how long is this going to take? Smart Hulk, for him as long as he needs. For us, 5 seconds. Calling out, ready. Cap, you're going to go meet you right back here, okay? Steve glances at Bucky as he answers. Steve, you bet. Smart Hulk, going into the going quantum in 3, 2, 1. Steve taps his cuff and shrinking to nothing. Smart Hulk, and returning in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nothing happens. Sam Wilson, where is he? Smart Hulk, I don't know. He just blew past his timestamp. He should be here. Sam Wilson, get him back. Smart Hulk, I'm trying. Samuel, get him the hell back. Smart Hulk, I'm trying. Just then Bucky looks to the water. Bucky Barnes, Sam. Sam turns. Avengers compound, riverbank. Continuous. Work crews have cleared a space overlooking the river. There an old man sits on the bench, staring at the Hudson. More around him to find Sam watching him from a few yards away. Sam Wilson. Hey Cap, the man turns and we now see Steve Rogers at age 112. Old Steve. Hi Sam. Sam Wilson. Something go wrong or something go right? Old Steve. I thought after everything that's happened, maybe I should try out some of that life Tony's always told me to get. How was it? Steve looks at the river, 112 years of emotion in his face. It was beautiful. I am happy for you, really. Thanks. Only thing bumming me out is now I have to live in a world without Captain America. Steve pulls up a case from beside him, giving it to Sam. That's kind of why I'm here. Sam unzip it, reveals a brand new shield. Sam Wilson. Where did you get this? Old Steve. I had a little time to travel. Beat. Try it on. Sam hesitates. He glances back to Bucky, who nods. Then Sam picks up the shield and puts it on. Old Steve. How does it look? Sam Wilson. Like it's someone else's. It isn't. Sam tries to check his emotion. He shakes Steve's hand. Sam Wilson. Thank you. I'll try my best. Steve rests his other hand on Sam's hand. That's why it's yours. Sam smiles, noticing Steve's tarnished wedding ring. You're going to tell me about her? Steve smiles to himself at the end of a long, long life. Nope. I don't think I will. Cue music. It's Been a Long, Long Time by Harry James. Columbia Heights, Washington. No. Is this all the credits? Peggy Carter, cheers. Yeah, this is technically all the credits. 146 pages worth of that. All rights reserved. Oh, yeah. 164 pages long. Jesus. That took a long time. Okay, I actually want to see. I kind of want to see this sub. Wait, what the heck? Wait the heck. Emoji. YouTube sign. Emoji. Flash. Oh hey, Kevin Parade. Welcome back. If you're probably not even still here. Emoji. I am Thanos. Keep on, I'm still in your microwave. Get out. How long have I been streaming for? I don't know. 4 hours! Oh my god. Okay, this is my longest stream ever, probably. I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to end the stream here because I finished it. Finally. That took so long. Okay, see you guys in the next video. As always, don't touch my chalky milk. End the stream.